It is an absolutely glorious weather night in downtown Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. The Reds hosting the Pirates here on Fox Sports Ohio, presented to you tonight by Kia. The Pirates picking up a game on the Reds in the National League Central Division standings last night. So a half game separating the two going into play tonight, with the Reds 2.5 behind the division-leading Cardinals. And hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Scoring runs, something the Reds did not do last night. And as of late, Chris, they've gone back into a funk they had earlier this year of getting a big base hit with runners in scoring position.
Now, what's that old saying, Tom? It's not how many hits you get, it's when you get those hits. And it certainly is a key thing. When you get runners on base, you've got to drive them in with base hits. And you can see the de-escalator going right there downward for the Reds. Good in April, okay in May, but in June, a .232 batting average with runners in scoring position. That just doesn't cut it. And part of that, I think, is that Brandon Phillips is simply not the same guy since he got hit on the arm in Pittsburgh, missed 4 games. The Reds lost 3 of those 4 games, but he's not really swinging the bat like he did, of course, and he's the big RBI guy in this lineup.
Well, you brought up the topic, getting hit by pitches. You think these two teams have met 8 times this year. 16 batters have been hit in those 8 games.
You may want to call it a beanball war. There's certainly a little bit of an edge when these two teams get together, just like there's an edge when the Reds and the Cardinals get together. Now, Chu gets hit an awful lot, but the Reds have retaliated. The Pittsburgh Pirates have come back on the Reds. And Matt Latos had a lot of comments about it last night. But when you start looking at the Pirates overall, where they rank this year as far as hit batters by their pitchers, you see that they're ahead of a lot of everybody's schedule. And they're pitching inside. And I tell you what, the guy's pitching tonight, Jeff Locke, he will pitch inside also.
We'll talk about tonight's pitching matchup. The Reds have already seen Jeff Locke once this year. It was a short outing, but a good one. And the Pirates for a long time have been watching Bronson Arroyo since they sent him to Cincinnati. in Cincinnati. I would imagine it's going to stay that way, but let's double check on that with Tim Hedrick.
6'4", 195-pound Bronson Arroyo on the mound tonight. He's averaged about 6.4 innings this year from each start. 78 degrees first pitch. I'll tell you what, it looks gorgeous. Halfway home, 75. Heading for home, about 72 degrees. Not all home runs tonight, boys. We need to punch the ball to right, punch it to left, get him on base, get him in. Enjoy the game on Fox Sports Ohio.
Well, the man they're trying to get him on and get him in against is left-hander Jeff Locke.
Well, you're right about that, and he's a guy that has really come out of nowhere and been stunned the National League by surprise. You see the earned run average on the road. He's third in the league. He's just a young man that had a cup of coffee last year with the Pirates, but they're depending on him to really carry this ball club. In fact, he's had more starts on this Pirate team than anybody else in the starting rotation. That's how banged up their rotation is. So Bronson Arroyo has 14 starts. He's 6-5. He used to be a Pittsburgh Pirate way back in the day before he went to Boston and then, of course, signed a contract here in Cincinnati. But at home, Bronson Arroyo's been awfully good. 5-1 with a 2.6 earned run average. The more aggressive the Pirates, the better Arroyo will be tonight.
It's interesting to note that Arroyo has not pitched against Pittsburgh this year, despite the fact that these two teams are playing for the 9th time here in 2013. All right, round 3 of 4. The Reds and the Pirates coming up next on Fox Sports Ohio. Series trucks, the best-selling truck in America 36 straight years by Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Book your stay at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time. Sam the Eagle soaring into Great American Ballpark tonight. Reds and the Pirates and Clint Hurdle's starting lineup for Game 3 of this series. Marte, Martin, and McCutcheon has started. Garrett Jones back at first base. He was in right last night. Neil Walker at second and Pedro Alvarez at third. A latter third of Travis Snyder in right tonight. Jordy Mercer at short. Left-hander Jeff Locke on the mound. And Bronson Arroyo looking for win number 7. Start number 15 in his 2013 season for Arroyo, and he flips up a breaking ball, strike 1, and we are underway.
As he usually does. I mean, it's really fun to watch Arroyo's first pitch of a ball game. Rarely does it reach 80 miles an hour.
Starling Marte trying to bunt his way on, and he offered at that pitch, and Arroyo quickly behind at 0-2, ahead at 0-2. Marte tripled leading off the game last night, one of his 2 hits. He scored a run, then knocked in a run in the 7th inning with a 2-out single. In the air, short center, looking into the bright sunshine is Shin-Soo Choo, 1 out. The Reds defensively presented by your Ford dealers. Derek Robinson getting the nod in left field tonight. Choo and Bruce joining him in the outfield. Frazier, Cozart, Phillips, Votto third to first, and Ryan Hannigan making his first start of this series behind the plate. Russell Martin moved into the number 2 spot in the batting order for Clint Hurdle last night. Had an infield hit to knock in a run in the 1st inning. Pirates scored 3 of their 4 runs in that opening frame against Matt Latos. Martin stole a base, scored a run, drew a walk later in the ninth.
Now, when you watch Bronson Arroyo pitch, you're going to see every different arm angle, but you will see every pitch from every different arm angle. So you multiply the number of arm angles about 3 or 4 by the number of pitches, 5. He's got a whole lot to offer.
That one whacked down the left field line, and this will be extra bases for Martin, as Robinson's trying to stick a fork in it down there in the left field corner and finally gets it back into Cozart.
And he wants to go down and away with this, and you see where that ball ended up. It had good break on it, a good downward rotation and spin, but it got the inner part of the plate, and Russell Martin was able to get it right down the left field line. Chasing that ball around by Derek Robinson, no harm there. That's a double no matter what.
6th time that Russell Martin has been on base already in this series. 4 hits and a pair of walks. And now Andrew McCutchen. And a liner back up the middle. They had him played perfectly. Thankfully, Arroyo was able to duck underneath it. And Phillips throws out McCutchen with Martin advancing on to third, 2 out.
You know, you wouldn't normally think that you would put a fielder behind Bronson Arroyo. After all, here's a guy that won the Gold Glove Award a couple of years ago as the best fielding pitcher in the National League. That ball nearly takes his cap off and gives him a haircut along the way.
Didn't take much off.
Wasn't there long enough.
So 2 away, Martin stands at third, and here's the first baseman, Garrett Jones, a .260 batter, 6 home runs and 31 runs batted in. Arroyo leads all the Major League Baseball in fewest pitches per plate appearance, fractionally above more than 3 pitches per plate appearance. And if he keeps up this pace, it would be the lowest by a Red since Tom Browning back in 1990, when he helped pitch the Reds to the World Series title.
A part of that is control. Part of that is throwing something that hitters think that they can hit every time they see one of your pitches. And part of that is hitters being aggressive. And we've seen a couple of teams against Arroyo just come up there right out of the on-deck circle swinging the bat.
In the air down the left field line, and Robinson will get there in foul ground, and that'll end the inning. 1 hit, 1 left. Reds coming up. Cardinals going into play tonight in the Central. Cardinals will be playing at home later tonight against Chicago, and Dusty's lineup has a change at the top. Derek Robinson in left field. Shin-Soo Choo bats second. Joey Votto plays first, bats third. Followed by Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce, and Todd Frazier. A latter third of Zach Cozart, Ryan Hannigan, and Bronson Arroyo. Very early in this season, when the Pirates swept the Reds in Pittsburgh, did the Cincinnati team get a look at Jeff Locke?
Well, they did, and he was up a little bit in September of last year, but he's had 14 starts this year. That's more than anybody else on this Pirates starting rotation, and they didn't expect that he would be the savior of the rotation, but they're asking him to do that right now. And so far, he's been very capable. You saw the 6-1 record, the very good earned run average is even better on the road, and even better than that against left-handed hitters. In fact, he doesn't give up much of anything to lefties. So, memo to you right-handers in the Reds lineup tonight. Come up there swinging the bat and ready to go.
So Derek Robinson leads it off, and he looks at a first pitch fastball in there for strike one. Derek, a .280 batter, 5 runs batted in, has 4 doubles. Switch hitter batting from the right side against the southpaw Locke. A ball and a strike. What a year it has been for this Pirate left-hander. Been charged with 3 earned runs or less in each of his last 11 starts. I mean, he's on the kind of roll right now that Mike Leake is on. And he's given up 3 earned runs or less in 12 of his 14 starts overall. And coming into this game, again, much like Leake, he's pitching his best his last handful of times out. In fact, he's only allowed 3 base hits in his last 2 starts. See those numbers, Chris? I don't think they ever thought this was coming.
Well, they didn't, because last year, when you see what he did, he was throwing the ball 87 miles an hour. This year, he's getting it up to about 90, 91, pitching at 90, 91, and topping, you know, maybe 92 to 93. That extra 5 miles an hour that you have right there makes the world of difference. And the fact that he's getting more confident, willing to pitch inside. There's one at 95 for him. Here's what he throws. His fastball average is 90, and he throws that a lot. And he'll throw it in and out. His changeup at 81, and his curveball at around 80 miles an hour. Had a first pitch walk. That's a good AB by Derek Robinson.
Locke's 37 walks in his 82 innings for Locke, so he's prone to issue one from time to time. Now, Shin-Soo Choo tried to run a couple of times in this series with Russell Martin behind the plate. We've talked about it regularly. The Pirates were the worst team in all of Major League Baseball last year throwing out would-be base stealers. 11% of the time they threw them out. Been a whole different ball game now with the pitchers working in conjunction with Russell Martin.
Now, he looks like he's really in shape this year. Very athletic behind the plate.
Under the glove of Jones, and the call is safe at first base. That'll be an error on Garrett Jones, and the Reds have the first 2 aboard here in the opening inning.
And it looks like Garrett Jones is thinking about getting a double play ball right here. He just doesn't bend down to get that ball, and the ball did not come up for him. The second baseman Walker tries to make something out of nothing, unable to do that because Choo beats the play. So now you've got a young pitcher out there. Yes, he's off to a great roll, but you walk the leadoff hitter. That kind of sets a little bit of energy going. Then you have an error in the infield. Now you've got the middle of the lineup coming up. The best time to bruise a starting pitcher is in the first inning.
We saw that last night with Matt Latos because he was virtually unhittable over the next 4 innings, striking out 9 or 8 of his 9 in those final 4 innings on the mound. Now Joey Votto. Strike 1. Votto, a .323 batter with 12 home runs and 34 runs batted in. Votto a single and a double last night. Had 2 hits in the series opener, including a solo home run. Locke ahead at 0-2.
2 fastballs, both of them for Locke right on the inner part of the plate. He's coming right after Joey Votto. Joey going into choke-up mode.
Robinson at second base, Chu at first, with Garrett Jones playing behind him over there. Nobody out. 1 ball, 2 strikes, a count on Joey Votto. A breaking ball sweeps away, blocked nicely by Martin to even the count.
This is where Votto is so good with 2 strikes. I mean, there's no guarantee that he's going to hit the ball hard or get a base hit, but he works the count. And a pitcher gets real aggressive and they get in there 0-2, and then he watches a close pitch. He's not going to chase a breaking ball. All of a sudden, it's a break-even count right here. And Locke doesn't want to go 3-2 because you may send the runners right there. So this is a hit and pitch right here for Joey Votto.
2-2 on the way, and it's fouled away. And once more, it's Locke challenging Votto with a fastball.
Yeah, mainly on the inner part of the plate. We've seen that more and more because Joey, especially against left-handers, is trying to protect, be able to stay back and hit that breaking ball.
Big crowd on hand here tonight. Been up close to 30,000 each of the first 2 games, and it's well beyond that on this Wednesday night. Expecting another good crowd tomorrow, although there are tickets still available. Once more, the 2-2, Locke to Votto. Ground ball down at third. This has, whoa, the second baseman went to his knees making that catch on a throw from Alvarez, and the Reds get a huge break there. That should have been an easy double play.
Now let's take a look at this at bat. Mazda pitch by pitch early in this ball game. Jeff Locke against Joey Votto, and he comes right after him early in the count. He pumps a couple of fastballs in there to run the count 0-2, and then kind of nibbles around, and Votto's got a 2-2 count, fouls one off, and he comes right after him again with a fastball inside, little inside-out swing. Could have been a double play ball, but the Pirates infield only able to get 1 runner. That's at second base, so Joey Votto is able to pull it in play, and first and third for Brandon Phillips. That's our Mazda pitch by pitch.
Batting average down to .273, 10 home runs, 56 runs batted in for Brandon. And a fastball is up and away. Well, we talked about it the last number of games. Ever since Phillips got hit during that weekend series in Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago, he missed 4 games, and since coming back, he only has 9 hits in 51 at bats. That is a .176 average. They're on the corners with 1 out. Reds trying to score in the first, and it's now 2 balls and no strikes. Robinson began the inning with a walk to second base on an error by Garrett Jones. Votto the fielder's choice, as the Pirates were unable to turn what looked like an easy double play. That could be a big play in this game.
He musters a lot of velocity for a guy who really isn't all that big. I mean, Locke, by today's standards, a pitcher anyway. He's 6'1", he weighs about 215, which is pretty stout. I mean, he's got a good base, strong legs, obviously. His arm action, very quick. Reminds me a little bit of Travis Wood, where he can get it in on you and past you right around 90 miles an hour without lighting up the radar gun.
2-1 delivery. Took a nosedive on that breaking ball down and in to even the count.
How about the opponent batting average against Locke? He was 2-2 on Votto. When Votto hit the ground ball a moment ago to third, and now 2-2 on Brandon. Brandon is second highest percentage in the league, National League, of getting a runner in from third. There's one. And that's a double play. Well, they couldn't do it the first time. They do it the second time, as Votto and Phillips cannot get it done. And that has been the story for the Reds with runners in scoring position over the last number of days. Moment brought to you by Miller Lite. Reds missing prime time, a chance to score in the first inning.
Kind of an odd play at first base on this. It was a high throw. Garrett Jones is playing first, but look where Brandon Phillips hits the bag with his right foot and then ends up taking Jones out with his left foot as he goes through the bag. It wasn't like Jones was in the middle of the first base bag. I don't know whether that was intentional or just Brandon trying to get down the line, just happened to be on that part of the bag, or maybe just some frustration going on.
Well, it has been frustrating. You can tell Brandon's still very upset over there at first base. I mean, Phillips has been virtually money in the bank. The runner at third, less than 2 men out. Heck, money in the bank in most RBI situations. Phillips ranks in a tie for second among all National Leaguers in that category. So here we go in the second inning of a scoreless game. And Neil Walker looks at a breaking ball for strike two. 1-2. Walker to be followed by Alvarez and Snyder. Strike three called, and Walker knew it.
I'm not so sure that Neil Walker knows that Bronson Arroyo has that pitch, or at least can throw it that effectively. It's a pitch that he's only begun to throw the last couple of years, and he's getting better and better at. That's that front door fastball that just freezes lefties.
Well, really, what's an amazing statistic is the fact that, you know, these two teams playing in the same division on any given year, they're playing they're playing one another anywhere from 16 to 19 times. We mentioned Arroyo has not faced the Pirates until tonight this year, and only pitched against them one time all of last year. Breaking ball in there to Alvarez to even account at 1-1. Career-wise, Arroyo against Pittsburgh 6-7. Solid ERA at 3.8. In the air, right field. That'll back up Bruce to the wall, and he'll have room.
Well, it helps that the pitch that Alvarez jumps on right here is a 76-mile-an-hour curveball, so he's got to provide his own strength. Not that he's not strong enough to do that. That guy's strong enough to hit one into the river. But if you mishit it just a little bit off of a slower pitch, it's not going out.
For we did not have a home run in the game here last night. It was only the 68th time in the 11-year, 849-game history of Great American Ballpark that we had a homerless contest. There have been 4 of them already this year. Travis Snyder drops it foul out of play off to the third base side. 1-1 of the Pirate right fielder. Only 3 times in the history of the ballpark, and again 11 years young, has there been a streak of 2 straight games without a home run by either team. There has never been a 3-game homerless stretch at Great American Ballpark. Of course, in the opening game of this series, the Reds hit 4 solo home runs. Two and one on Snyder. Fastball misses high. 3-1. Shortstop Jordy Mercer waiting in the on-deck circle. And now the 3-1 offering, Arroyo to Snyder. Breaking ball, strike 2. For Snyder, this is his first start in the series. We have seen him as a pinch hitter. In each of the first 2 games of this series, he has struck out and drawn a walk. Popped up, Robinson coming in to get it, and Arroyo enjoys a 1-2-3 inning. Bruce, Frazier, Kozar to start things in the Reds' second. No score. jackpot worth $105 million. That's what Jesse Jackson tells me anyway. And the drawing is at 11 p.m. tonight. Pirates on defense, presented by your Ford dealers. Told you Snyder gets his first start in right field during this series. Everybody else pretty much the same. Garrett Jones was out in right last night. But Gabby Sanchez getting a start. Russell Martin is about as close to what you would call an everyday catcher as there is for any team in Major League Baseball. He's caught well over 70% of the innings the Pirates have played this year. Jay Bruce down a strike, leading off the second inning, and now down 2 strikes. Game 3 of 4. We wrap it up tomorrow. Homer Bailey will go against right-hander Brandon Compton. And the Reds are off for a 3-city road trip, western bound. They'll take on the Arizona Diamondbacks beginning Friday night over the weekend. They'll have a rare off day on Monday. That's first off day in a long time. 17 straight days. Then they'll play 2 in Oakland and get another off day before playing 3 in Texas. 1 and 2 on Jay Bruce. Boy, all that time off for you, Mr. Welsh, on the upcoming trip.
A couple of days off on the road out in West Coast cities. Only one West Coast city, San Francisco.
You actually have 4 days off on this upcoming road trip.
Good.
Because of the Reds being on the Fox network each of the next 2 Saturdays.
Yeah, we call those dark days where the team plays, but some of the broadcasters don't work. We'll figure out something to do.
Well, you're going to some nice stops to be able to do that. Broken bat pop-up. 1 out.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is no secret what Jeff Locke is trying to do to the left-handers in this Reds lineup, which is just challenge them with fastballs right in on their hands and say, hey, if you can turn on it, there it is. Joey Votto did the inside-out trick. That ball just gets right in on Jay Bruce, breaks his bat. Good look at that Expo, courtesy of Performance Honda.
That's 2 broken bats for Bruce in his last 3 plate appearances. They sawed him off with 2 on in the 6th inning last night, did Tony Watson. And now the left-hander Locke gets him his first time up tonight.
Now, if you're a father whose son's playing a wood bat tournament and you see that, you're like, hey, son, those babies are 75 or 80 bucks a piece now. But when you're Jay Bruce, you have a contract.
Frazier on the ground to the second baseman Walker, and just like that, 2 are retired.
I mean, a bad contract. So
I think a lot of people, I know they ask me, and Chris, you would have the answer to this. For Major League Baseball players, do they get as many bats as they want?
Well, the ball club will pay for the bats that they don't get. I think under contract, and most guys have contracts with Louisville Slugger, get a certain number of bats. They may have changed over the years. And then if you go over that limit, then the ball club probably picks it up. And if the player wants some bats to give away, to sign to give away, I think he buys those.
Which a lot of the players are very, very good about doing things like that for multiple charities all over baseball, not just the Reds, every team.
I'll tell you one way to get that bat rack going. Have me pace up and down next to it for a few minutes.
That'll get him turned around. Here's Zach Cozart. 2-2. Well, if that's all it takes, we'll send you down in between innings.
It used to work anyway.
3-2 on Cozart with 2 down and nobody on. Scoreless game. We're in the bottom of the second inning. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox Sports Ohio. There are so many of you dialed into Reds baseball each and every game, and we're certainly glad you do. I mean, not only here in Greater Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky and Eastern Indiana, but I mean, they are watching in droves up in Columbus, Ohio, and points beyond all over the Buckeye State. There's ball 4.
Yeah, he really stayed down against Zach Cozart in this at bat, but so far down that none of them were in the strike zone. You know what I found out today about the Fox tracks and the strike zone that we show you? And Tom, I made a mistake the other night. I talked about it. Is that is adjusted for every hitter. So if you got a real tall hitter, they've adjusted that strike zone up and low, high and low, of course. And if you have a shorter hitter, the crouches, that's also adjusted. So it's very accurate.
Strike 1 to Ryan Hanigan at 191. 2 home runs and 13 runs batted in for Hanigan. Started to pull the trigger and couldn't do it. Told you the Cardinals and the Cubs will be playing game 3 of a 4-game series in about a half an hour from now from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. That'll be Edwin Jackson, 3-8 for Chicago, and Jake Westbrook is back, of course, for St. Louis after spending a lot of time on the disabled list. A 2-2 record for the veteran right-hander. 0-2 to Hanigan. That is a fair ball into the corner. Cozart off to the races. He's on his way to third. They're going to wave him around. Here comes the throw, and he's going to be called out.
That's a bit of pretty good defense right there by the Pirates.
Well, you can understand Chris Spires sending him with the pitcher coming up next. 2 outs in the inning. Make the opposition make a play. Marte. Relay to the plate. Very for 1-800-ELK Ohio. Best winning percentage inside the National League Central since 1994. And you see what they have done here in 2013. 2011 got off to a very good start. 2 games under 500 that year, but they had a good start, had a great start to 2012, and an even better start here in 2013. They faded the last 2 years. Chris Welsh will they hang in there this go round?
Well, that's a question I think that everybody around Pittsburgh would like to answer. Clint Hurdle especially. He saw his pitching staff get really tired, and the bullpen has been used an awful lot already this year. But what he thinks is a little different this year is that the injury, he's trying to spin this, of course, in a positive way. The injuries that his pitchers have right now, those that aren't serious, like A.J. Burnett and Wandy Rodriguez, they're going to be coming back, and he thinks that because they get a rest in the middle of the year, they'll be stronger towards the end.
Mercer lifting a fly ball down a third baseline that is out of play. Let's go back to that outstanding defensive play made by the Pirates.
You know, it's team defense right here. It rattles around in the corner. It goes to a relay man. The throw comes in from the outfielder, Marte, over the first relay man. And the second man is a second baseman, Neil Walker. He gets it, throws a strike. Good defense by the catcher, Russell Martin. He gives Zach Cozart a little bit of the plate to slide to, but he's got to reach around to get to it. And that extra fraction of a second that it took Cozart to reach around to the plate gave Russell Martin the chance to get the tag down. That's a big league play both ways, offensively and on the defensive side.
2-2 on Mercer, and Bronson Arroyo delivers a fastball, and Mercer is tardy, and look out down there in the seats. Mercer 0 for 3 last night, walked and scored a run. He had a hit, put down a sacrifice, also drew a walk in the series opener. Getting regular playing time here over the last week for the slumping Clint Barmas. Jammed him with a fastball, and that's a broken bat pop up behind the bag that Phillips will handle.
Bronson Arroyo puffing his chest out a little bit here. A couple of fastballs back to Jordy Mercer. One, he barely gets the bat around, and he lines it one into the stands. The next one, he gets all eaten up on the inside by the knuckles. That last one measured at 91.
Jeff Locke, the pitcher, only one hit in 23 at bats so far this year. Number of day games around baseball today. San Francisco ends up winning the final 2 games of that series over San Diego. Giants a game and a half behind front-running Arizona. Diamondbacks beat Miami 3-1. And we mentioned earlier the Reds will see Arizona in Phoenix starting Friday night. I know, Chris, you were talking glowingly just a couple of days ago about the Baltimore Orioles. They were one of your picks in the preseason, and well, after getting beat by Detroit in the opening game of that series, Buck Showalter's troops come back and beat the Tigers 2 in a row.
Yeah, they did. I think Chris Davis had a couple of home runs today. They put 13 on the board. The Reds don't play any American League East teams this year, so we'll just have to read about those teams.
They've already played the Angels this year. Of course, that was a season opening series for the Reds, but they have the other 3 teams to play. Other 4 teams, I beg your pardon, because Houston now over in the American League West. He won't see Houston until the final month of the year. They'll see Oakland for 2 on the upcoming road trip, Texas for 3, and then Oakland will come here. It's a rather odd scheduling quirk. Oakland will come here for 2 games, and the Seattle Mariners will be in town for 3 on the next homestand over the 4th of July weekend. 0-1 on Marte, and now a ball and a strike. One to Starling Marte, and that one is lined into left center field. And that ball will roll all the way to the wall, and this might be 3 bases for Marte. It is easily 3 bases. That young man can run. That's his 5th triple of the year, his 2nd triple in as many nights of this series.
And you wouldn't think that this is really a triple ballpark, but when you combine the fact that it goes right between the two outfielders to one of the deepest parts of the park, and this guy can absolutely pick him up and put him down. I mean, once he gets going and turns it on between first and third, he is booking.
Now Arroyo with one out. He needs to end this Pirate top of the third inning and keep it a scoreless game. And that is a foul ball off the bat of Martin. Of course, Arroyo easily handled Mercer and the pitcher to begin the inning. And Martin has been their best hitter so far in this series. He had a double down a left field line his first time up tonight. Off the body of Arroyo, and this will be an infield hit to knock in a run. So that's the second time we've seen that from this duo in the last two games. A triple and an infield hit to drive in the run.
Yeah, it was not a bad pitch. It looked like he got it right where Hannigan wanted it. The ball just got back on Bronson so quickly. I mean, it looked like you're ready to field it, but you are only about 55, 53 feet from home plate, and the ball comes off the bat about 90, 92 miles an hour, and right at your feet on one hop. It's, you throw your glove down, and sometimes you get them, and sometimes you don't.
Well, they ruled that an error.
You got to be kidding me.
Nope. So not an infield hit for Martin, and no RBI for Martin with 2 outs in the inning.
That's the old rule where you give the hitter the benefit of the doubt. Usually. Well, they didn't this time. Wow.
So now Andrew McCutchen, who hit a line drive just above the head of Arroyo his last time out, was thrown out by Phillips. And this time bounces out to Frazier, but a 2-out rally for the Pirates. They score a run and lead 1-0. What will it take to end this bet? After last night's NBA Finals game, we want to know, what is a good reason to leave a game early? And as always, a Hall of Famer Hal McCoy standing by, ready to answer your questions using Game Connect. It's all brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Safe Auto. Drive safe. Spend less. The crowd gorgeous night in downtown Cincinnati, but the home team trailing 1-0 in this third game of a 4-game series, with the Pirates in town and just a half game behind the Reds in the Central.
If a Red should hit a home run off that Toyota sign off the power stacks in right center field tonight, David Heilman from Cincinnati would win the Tundra. And you can register for your chance to win it at an upcoming game. To stop by your Cincinnati or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Arroyo, Robinson, and Chu against Jeff Locke here in the bottom of the third inning. And there's strike one to Arroyo. Reds with one hit. Locke has walked two, not struck out about it. Had a fabulous play made behind him defensively to throw out Zach Cozart at home, ending the Reds' second inning on a double by Ryan Hannigan.
You watch Jeff Locke pitch, and he reminds you a little bit of a left-hander that we saw for many years now out on the West Coast, Ted Lilly. Lilly a little bit more of an overhand pitcher, but he had that same little turn in the middle of his delivery that I always thought was very deceptive to hitters. Johnny Cueto has adopted that, and of course he's got much more of an exaggerated turn than Locke does. I think when a pitcher adopts that originally, he doesn't do it trying to be deceptive. He's doing it because he wants to make sure he uses his hips and legs correctly in the delivery, that he stays closed. Maybe it's a timing thing where you make sure that you don't rush to the plate when you do that, but it's worked for him.
Derek Robinson takes ball one outside. Robinson walked, was stranded at third in the first inning.
Here's what I'm talking about right here, when he takes that big spin, and it takes him a little bit longer out of the full windup. But he hides the ball completely. You see right there, from the hitter standpoint, you lose sight of the ball completely. And now you're looking for a spot where that ball is going to come out of, the release point. You're looking for just that exact arm slot. And hitters oftentimes watch the ball the entire time they can. Keep your eye on the ball idea that your Little League coach yelled at you. So the more you hide it, sometimes the better you are as a pitcher.
Two and two on Derek Robinson. Well, Jim Day told us last night Chris Heisey, who's out with a strained right hamstring, one game into a rehab assignment at AAA in Louisville, did not play in last night's game because of wet field conditions. He did start on Monday. That was his only game. He was the designated hitter and had 2 hits and 4 at bats, but obviously has not played in the field yet. And Robinson has walked for the second time. So Dusty Baker, for the second time this year with a left-hander on the mound, has plugged Robinson into the leadoff spot. And tonight, so far, so good.
Well, Clint Hurdle's got to be in the Pirate dugout thinking, well, why is he coming right after Joey Votto and Jay Bruce and Brandon Phillip with strikes, but he won't throw strikes to Derek Robinson?
Shin-Soo Choo hit a 2-hopper down to the first baseman Garrett Jones, who is thinking about getting a force out of Robinson, who was leaning right there a little bit, got back to the bag safely.
Well, if you're thinking about stealing a base on Jeff Locke, he's got a pretty good delivery to the plate, fairly compact. He has allowed 2 stolen bases. They have thrown out 3, and he's also picked off 2. So the odds, at least historically, aren't in your favor.
You weren't with us in the first inning. After a walk to Robinson, Chu reached on that error by the first baseman Garrett Jones. Votto hit a ground ball to third that should have been a double play. Pirates couldn't turn it. And then Brandon Phillips did bounce in to a double play. And now Robinson caught. And there are 2 outs in the inning. Well,
you pick a time to go if you're a runner against a left-hander like Locke, and you just keep on going. And you hope that when you get into second base, that you cut off the throwing lane, or the first baseman mishandles the ball, or you simply outrun the play. It's kind of a do-or-die strategy. So you really can't blame Robinson for being picked off like that, because you got to go on the first move if you're going to be successful. If you pick the right pitch, you waltz into second base.
1-2 meanwhile to Chu, and now 2 outs and nobody on. Reds down 1-0 here in the bottom of the third inning.
The only thing you can do in a play like that, if you're Derek Robinson, is begin to run inside the baseline more and try to take away the throwing lane between the first baseman and the shortstop. But even that is an act of desperation.
Robinson just 1 of 4 now in his stolen base attempts, and that went officially as a caught stealing. Pull to the right side, and Jones will feed Locke at the bag, and that's all for the Reds. Quietly they go into third. End of 3. Pirates lead 1-0. Presented by Dinsmore and Scholl. Experience the world of autographs. Over 1,500 signed items over there. To plan your next visit, call 513-765-7923. 765-7923, or log on to redsmuseum.org. Boy, just such a beautiful night. How about that right there, Chris Welsh? I can see you in that kayak. Maybe along the Little Miami rather than the Great Ohio.
He's going upriver there, though. I'd be going the other way. I like going with the tide.
Reds down 1-0. Bronson Arroyo facing Garrett Jones to begin the fourth. Pirates got a 2-out triple by Starling Marte in the third inning. And then Russell Martin did a comebacker to the mound that Arroyo could not handle. Got a glove on it, but ricocheted over towards a vacated second base position as Phillips was trying to back up the play, and that allowed Marte to score for the game's only run. Off the glove of Votto, and that one will trickle into right field. That'll be a base hit by Garrett Jones.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed already in tonight's ball game, way different for Bronson Arroyo than his 2 previous opponents. The Pirates are being very patient up there. Last couple of teams that Arroyo has pitched against, I mean, those guys have been up there early in the count. In fact, it was against the Colorado Rockies that Arroyo had several innings in that ball game, but it was a great game for Arroyo, where the Rockies really helped him out by swinging at the first pitch, give him a bunch of innings where he threw fewer than 10 pitches in the inning. Pirates don't seem willing to do that tonight. His last outing, Arroyo went 7 2/3 innings, did not reach 100 pitches. And they've only swung, the Pirates tonight, 3 of 13 first pitches.
2-0 to Neil Walker. Nick Leyva, former major league manager, the third base coach, going through the signs with Neil Walker. Short lead at first by Jones, and that one in the air to left. Robinson will get there at the warning track, and Jones thinking about tagging up and thinks better of it. 1 out. Pedro Alvarez just missed, hitting one into the seats in right field his first time up. Sent Jay Bruce back with his back against the wall to make the catch in the second inning. Alvarez, their team leader, with 15 home runs and 43 runs batted in. He got off to such a terrible start. Well, they were really down on Alvarez when this season began, and you can understand why. First 2 weeks of the season, he was batting .089 and had 1 RBI through the first 2 weeks. Well, he's knocked in 42 in the 50 games since. Including all 15 of his home runs. Second straight batter. Arroyo has fallen behind, 2 balls and no strikes. Bit of a surprise. Alvarez takes a 2-0 fastball there.
I think it had him fooled. He thought that ball was going to be inside for a ball, and that's one of those ones that has enough movement on it that just came back and touched the inside corner. He's looking to get his arms extended.
Alvarez, a former #1 draft pick, second pick overall out of Vanderbilt University. Grew up just outside of New York City, same neighborhood that produced Manny Ramirez. I'm a little surprised somebody hasn't taken a flyer on Man Ray.
Well, he's over in Taiwan, I think,
yeah,
or in Japan. Hit the ball hard and hit it a long way, too. I've seen a couple of film clips of him hitting some home runs.
That might be a name to keep an eye out on. You were right on both cases. He started the year in Taiwan and just went to Japan.
You know, he hit a home run in Taiwan when he was there, and the color commentator announced it. And he referenced Manny's home run like an ex-girlfriend. It's gone and not coming back. You may want to incorporate something like that.
I like that, because I know that feeling. There's ball 4 to Alvarez, and the Pirates have 2 on with 1 out here in the 4th inning with a 1-0 lead. And Travis Snyder makes his way to the plate, and we make our way to our AT&T trivia question tonight. Over the last 2 years, who has hit the most home runs versus National League Central Division teams? It's a good question. There are a lot of good choices there. Now, you know it's not Albert Pujols. That would have been, I think, a runaway first guess for better than a decade in any given 2-year period. So we're talking about going back to the start of the 2012 season.
Okay,
so really a season and a half. To the right side, and Votto goes to get it, and they'll get the out at second base. So they're on the corners with 2 away, and the shortstop and number 8 batter Jordy Mercer coming up.
That's the same almost exact play that the Pirates had with Garrett Jones out there in the first inning, second batter of the ball game, when Chu hit one like that, and he didn't get down. He overran it. Actually, that maybe was even a tougher try right there. Votto had to go down there and get it on the run, kind of a short hop. He's really improved his defense.
Well, it's a good thing he made that play, because if he goes for the scoop there and that kicks off his glove, things would get ugly in a hurry, and Phillips is standing right behind him. So you have the pitcher waiting on deck, runners on the corners. Mercer got jammed with a fastball, which he popped up behind the bag that Phillips caught 1 inning ago. Strike 1. Well, that almost looked like a cross-up. Arroyo missed his spot so badly. Take a look at this reaction by Hannigan. And still got the call.
The ball didn't break. I mean, he was waiting for that ball to come in there and break a little bit. It never did. That one did.
0-2. Came back with a 3rd straight breaking ball, and this time Mercer does not chase it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, Chris, this is where you get into that guessing game all the time. You talk about this frequently. You're throwing 3 breaking balls in a row. You buried a fastball to get him out the last time.
I think you stay away from him right here. Try to do it with a fastball. And that may have been a setup pitch right there, where you throw the ball as hard as you can right across the eye level, and you give the hitter a chance to get velocitized. See that high speed something, and then come back with something down and away a little bit slower.
2-2 on Mercer. And a breaking ball misses wide. So Mercer, after falling behind 0-2, has now worked the count full. Very good numbers despite limited numbers of at-bats for Jordy Mercer. 6 out of 14 with runners in scoring position. And now the payoff pitch from Arroyo. Fastball misses up and away, ball 4.
Well, he's got 2 outs, and you've got the pitcher in the on-deck circle. And there may be a time for some pitchers that the manager would worry, but when Arroyo's out there, some of the bases on balls that you see are strategic bases on balls, where he obviously really didn't want a whole lot of Pedro Alvarez. He knew he had Travis Snyder. He got him on a ground ball. Thought he could handle Jordy Mercer. Since it didn't happen, you've got the number 9 hitter. This is the biggest difference between American and National League.
So they are loaded with 2 away. And it's ball 1 high and outside to Locke, who struck out looking his first time up. He has 1 hit in 24 at bats on the year. Garrett Jones at 3rd, Snyder at 2nd, Mercer at 1st, and a tapper in front of the plate. Arroyo will throw out the pitcher, and that's all. Pirates leave them loaded. A hit and 2 walks. Reds have Votto, Phillips, and Bruce coming up.
Look at the lineups. You'll hear from the players, features, and more. It's Reds Live. It's presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Jim Day with you, and getting a lot of questions on Twitter tonight whether or not tomorrow's afternoon game is televised, and the answer is yes. It wasn't on the original TV schedule, but we are happy to not only bring you the game tomorrow, but also a special broadcast which will highlight everything, the terrific things the Reds Community Fund does in the Cincinnati area and throughout Reds country. You'll find ways that you can get involved as well. We'll have vignettes throughout the game. Limited commercial interruptions tomorrow. 12 o'clock for Reds Live, 12:35 first pitch. And Tom and Chris, we all know the terrific things that Charlie Frank and his staff does with the Reds Community Fund, Fox Sports Ohio, and the Reds Community Fund, a terrific marriage. And we will highlight it tomorrow. We're looking forward to it.
Well, there's no debate about that, and all the unbelievable work the Reds Community Fund does, not only in Cincinnati, but all over Reds country. All the field refurbishings, whether it be Dayton, Columbus, Lima, Athens, Ohio, into Kentucky, Louisville, Lexington, small towns all over the Commonwealth, and Indiana, all the way to Indianapolis. They've just done great work. Reds are down 1-0. Heart of the order against Jeff Locke. And there's a ground ball that'll get by the second baseman, Neil Walker. Sounded like Votto broke his bat on that contact. Or it had a funny sound coming off the bat.
Now the pitch is down, but it's on the inner part of the plate. Joey Votto takes almost a golf swing on it. I mean, almost the kind of trajectory of that swing that he wants to take everything up the middle. So you rarely see him take a pitch on the inner part of the plate and rip it foul like you see so many left-handers do. Well, this part of the order had its chance in the first inning and came up empty. Maybe the second time around will be a little better off of Jeff Locke.
So leadoff man aboard, and here's Brandon, and he takes ball one down low. The Reds desperately needing Brandon Phillips to get right again. This guy almost single-handedly for the first 2 months of this season seemingly came to the plate in every big situation, and more times than not, a lot more times than not, he would deliver the big base hit in the ball game and knock in a run. But again, going back to that Saturday night in Pittsburgh almost 3 weeks ago, hit on the left arm, missed 4 games, 9 for 52 since coming back. Look at that, 44 runs batted in the first 2 months of the year. You really wonder how much that arm is still bothering him. Phillips is not going to talk about it, but we have seen twice tonight in a game on 2-0 pitches where he's gotten fastballs like that last one, right down the middle, and it's just not squaring it up.
Well, it could be his arm, it could be timing. And it could be just regular baseball where a guy gets hot for a while and then he doesn't see it as well for a while and then he sees it better. I'm not talking about physically seeing the baseball. It's kind of just being able to slow the game down and get hot.
Well, he got a 2-0 fastball, got a 2-1 slider. What about on 3-1? Here it comes.
Changeup.
Wow. It's a good pitch.
Yeah, I saw it in his glove, and you know, he reserves that pitch primarily for right-handed hitters. You can just see the middle finger off the ball a little bit. It's a typical circle change, and boy, he really sold it with great arm action.
So the last 3 pitches he's seen fastball, slider, change. 3-2 on Phillips. Did he go around? He did.
He asked him, did I go around or not? And I think the home plate umpire, Jerry Meal, said, nope, I'm calling it on the pitch. No argument from Brandon. I think that's what he said. That's what
I think you're right.
I'll have to ask the official scores.
Meanwhile, ball 1 to Jay Bruce. He popped up to the shortstop his first time up. Doesn't matter what number you pick for Jeff Locke through his first 14 starts this year, all the numbers are really good. In the air, right center field. Didn't square it up. Out number 2.
A couple of years ago, the Pirates made a trade with the Atlanta Braves, and they got 2 pitchers in return, and the Reds have seen both of them start for the Pirates in this series. That was a deal that sent Nate McLouth to Atlanta in exchange for Charlie Morton and Jeff Locke and Gorkys Hernandez. But I mean, if you trade McLouth and you get 2 starting pitchers a couple of years down the road, you did a pretty good job.
It was just startling how quickly Nate McLouth went down once he left Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That trade for Atlanta was a disaster. We saw Nate McLouth for a long time in a Pirate uniform, and he was a good player. But it did not go his way in any form or fashion once he joined the Atlanta Braves. Oh, and 1 to Todd Frazier. And a breaking ball down and in, evens a count at a ball and a strike.
Well, at that time, Jeff Locke was a minor leaguer. He's just now 25 years old. The Braves got him out of high school in 2006 from Conway, New Hampshire. Town of about 10,000 people.
Down the right field line. That'll be a base hit for Frazier that will send Votto first to third. So the Reds again knocking on the door. They had 2 on, nobody out in the first inning, didn't score. Had a runner thrown out in the plate to end the second inning. And now they have 2 on with 2 out, and Zach Cozart coming up down a run.
Pretty good bit of hitting right there by Todd Frazier. I mean, he stays behind this ball. He likes the ball out, and he chases a lot of pitches out over the plate, but that ball was elevated for him, so really all he had to do was put a level swing on it, and there it would go.
Cozart walked his first time up, and he was the one thrown out of the plate on the double by Hannigan to end the second inning. Now, you may remember in Cozart's first at bat, the count wound up going full. And Locke never threw a single pitch in the strike zone during the entire at bat. Not one. And that first pitch right there that was swung on and missed appeared to be ball 1. Votto started the inning with a single, was standing there after Phillips struck out and Bruce fly to center. But then Votto goes first to third on a single to right by Frazier. And the Reds are looking for a big hit, something that has not been there over the last number of days. That one rolled foul. And that's all for the Reds in the fourth as Cozart's gone looking. 2 hits and 2 left. Pirates still lead 1-0. Toyota dealer. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by JTM Food Group, let's create great dishes together. I'd like to remind you tomorrow at 6 o'clock over in the Freedom Center, they're hosting an event to honor 8 modern-day abolitionists. Tonight will include a cocktail reception, the Ohio premiere of the documentary Journey to Freedom. A panel discussion will follow the film. Open to the public. Please visit freedomcenter.org to RSVP. Pirates 1, Reds nothing. Reds were shut out last night. Pirates have thrown more shutouts than any team in baseball. 12 of them.
Boy, they made it look real easy last night, the Pirates did.
And And really, outside of that play at the plate, they haven't made it look all that tough tonight. I mean, you get excited when you get the big hitters coming up in the very first inning, thinking you can jump on lock. You get 2 on with nobody out. That's a Tapper foul, and then really both Votto and Phillips could have bounced into double plays. They didn't turn the double play on Votto. They did turn the double play on Brandon. Frazier gets there quickly and gets rid of it quickly. You better with Marte getting up the line. 1 out. Arroyo's allowed a run on 3 base hits. The run is an unearned run, and he was the one who was charged with the error that allowed the Pirates to score that lone run back in the 3rd inning after the 2-out triple by Marte. 1-0 to Martin, and he went around fooled badly. Well, you brought it up earlier. Martin appears to be in much better shape. Lost weight during the wintertime. Worked out a lot.
Looks more athletic. He's been throwing the ball from behind the plate extremely well.
It's easy to forget this guy was a good player for the Dodgers when he first came to the big leagues. And he wound up moving on to the Yankees, and he had some balls in the seats. But batting average very low 200s, barely hit over 200 period last year. And the Yankees were not going to bring him back. The Pirates were thrilled that Martin was interested in playing for them. 2-2. And he's drilled on a pitch up and in. So that's now 17 times this year that a batter has been hit in now 8+ games between these two teams.
Just when you thought it might be going away.
Well, the comments were made by both Clint Hurdle and by Matt Latos after the game last night, and both of them, sort of massaging the edges of the entire topic about, it all depends on your point of view as to whether or not it is over. Clint Hurdle saying, yeah, we've hit more of their guys than they have hit of our guys. And on and on and on and on. And Matt Latos made the comment that he was very upset after Shin-Soo Choo got hit leading off the first inning last night and appeared to take his game to a whole new level come the second inning. But Latos was very upfront and honest with his comments after the game last night, squarely taking the entire blame for the loss on himself and really his lack of maturity in the way he handled it. He said, I beat myself tonight. Said, I got upset in the first inning, didn't feel good coming out of the bullpen, wasn't happy with the way a couple things went right from the get-go, and it was all on me. Short left field. Well, it's nice to have speed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because speed can make up for a lot of things, because a big swing from Andrew McCutchen usually freezes you if you're an outfielder. You don't see the ball come off the bat. You're not sure whether that ball is going over the fence or going to drop in. And as soon as you read it, and Derek Robinson did, he just speeds right to the spot.
Gary Jones is flied out to Robinson in foul territory, ending the first inning, and then single to right field in the fourth.
You know, to get back to those comments between Clint Hurdle and Matt Latos. Now, they weren't comments about each other. Latos was upset about the number of hit batters the Pirates have had this year. You know, they're leading the league, I think, is one of the comments that he made. But you have to also consider that Latos is coming from a different generation of baseball player than did Clint Hurdle. And even Hurdle, when he played in the 80s, he didn't see as many hit batters then as you did earlier than that, like in the 60s and 70s when Dusty Baker played. So that's why I think that Dusty's not all fired up about it, because he would say, what about back in the day?
Hooked into right field, a 2-out single by Jones, advances Martin on to second base.
I mean, during the years that Matt Latos has been in the major leagues, hit batters and pitching inside and hitting batters is something that is not seen very often. But when Dusty Baker played and you were a rookie coming up, they would throw at you, they would throw inside over and over again just to test you. I mean, Joe Morgan will tell you the same stories that Dusty Baker will. It's a whole different world on the baseball field now from that standpoint. Hitters are so much more protected now than they've ever been before.
In fact, it was interesting to hear some of the conversation with Jim Fregosi. He's sitting behind home plate tonight. Special assistant to the general manager in Atlanta. Of course, an outstanding major league player for a long time, and managed the Philadelphia Phillies to the 1993 World Series. And he was talking about, you know, all this going on between the Reds and the Pirates, and how there's Jim Fregosi in the white shirt sitting right there. Charlie Kerfeld sitting back behind him. But anyway, Fregosi was talking about how when he was a player and how he was on a team and had a bunch of guys on his team that were getting hit pitch after pitch by the same team. And he said he walked in the dugout and walked up to the pitcher on the mound and said, you better get somebody in the next inning. And the pitcher told him, hey, look, the manager's already told me that if I hit somebody, he might send me to the minor leagues. He said, son, I'm telling you, you better get somebody or you're going to lose all 24 of your teammates by the time you walk out of here. And he said that's just the way it was handled. And that was the day you're talking about, Chris, back in the 60s and the 70s when Jim Fregosi was playing. Dusty Baker was coming up. Two on, 2 out, 0-1 on Neil Walker. And now ball and a strike as Arroyo misses low and away. Well, the Reds, the way they're hitting, or more accurately described, not hitting. It would behoove Arroyo to wiggle off the hook this 2-on and 2-out jam and keep it a 1-run game here in the 5th. Or get the out that way. Home Run Derby competitors from 2010, 11, and 12. Brings you high impact thrills as you compete for the highest scores. It's available on iPhone, iPad. You can download it for free right now. Yeah, night on the Ohio River. Well, we got 2 or 3 rods out there. Lines in the water, looks like. Maybe 4 of them, Chris. That's right up your alley.
That might be a good spot. You know, Tom, we look out there, we can see that from our booth, right where the Licking River and the Ohio merge. I'm wondering if there might be some good-sized catfish just waiting to be hauled in right there.
Well, if there are 2 guys that are going to find them, as Mother Nature calls, those 2 guys are going to get them. So the Reds will bat here in the last of the 5th inning. It'll be 8, 9, and 1. Hannigan, Arroyo, Derek Robinson. Against young Jeff Locke, 6 and 1 on the year, an ERA barely over 2. It's under 2 on the road. And he has shut the Reds out tonight on 3 base hits.
Well, he is every bit as impressive as those folks that came with the Pirates told us he would be, or at least he has been in recent starts.
Sounded like a broken bat, and that it was.
Throwing a lot of strikes. Throwing a lot of strikes on the corners. Here Locke is going into the 5th inning. And he has more scoreless starts of 5 innings than any starter in baseball. 6 starts of at least 5 innings where he's not given up a run.
Well, maybe the Reds can get to him here in the 5th. One and one to Hannigan, who doubled down the left field line his first time up. That was a play where Zach Cozart was a runner at first after a 2-out walk. Ball was hit down into the corner. Marte hit Neil Walker as the trailing cutoff man, the second baseman, who threw a perfect strike to Martin, and they tagged out Cozart. Two and one on Ryan Hannigan. And a slow roller to the shortstop. That's an easy play. 1 out. Play of the night made by the Pirate defense.
Ball hit down into the left field alley, or left field corner right there, and it bounds around. You think Zach Cozart's going to score easily, but the 2-man relay, the relay ball goes over the first relay man. The second baseman, Neil Walker, gets it, fires to Russell Martin, and Zach Cozart, yes, before he hits the bag or hits home plate, is tagged out. We're watching that play from up here, Tom, and I don't know about you, but I thought it was a cinch that Zach Cozart was going to score on that, especially with the way that Marte, the left fielder, kind of played it off the wall. He kind of let the ball come to him.
Down to Alvarez. 2 are out. The Columbus Crew are back on the home field Saturday night. They'll battle the Chicago Fire. Join Dwight Burgess, Chris Dorn for all the action at 8 o'clock right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Two down, nobody on, and here's Derek Robinson, who has walked twice. Strike 1. One run, 4 hits, and errors, 6 men left on base for the Pirates. No runs, 3 hits, an error, and 4 left for the Reds. The game's only run and unearned run against Bronson Arroyo in the Bucks' 3rd inning. Fastball fought off out of play to the first base side, and that'll leave an account on Derek at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reds tonight have had a couple of chances. They're 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position, and over the last 4 games they are 1 for 25 with runners in scoring position. Straight away center field. This will be all in the Reds' 5th. They are gone in order. First time that's happened tonight. Pirates lead 1-0. The Seattle Mariners coming to town. That'll be Friday, July the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Have the fireworks show on Friday night. That'll be a soundtrack picked by Dusty Baker. And the fireworks presented by PNC Bank. A weekend full of fireworks and giveaways. July 5th, 6th, and 7th. Reds and the Pirates here on Fox Sports Ohio, presented to you by Kia. Our producer Josh Hall, our director Roy Alfers. Our entire Fox Sports Ohio crew right here from Great American Ballpark. And the Pirates have a 1-0 lead. Neil Walker was at the plate with 2 on and 2 out in the 5th when Arroyo picked off Russell Martin at second to end the inning. Walker to be followed by Alvarez and Travis Snyder. Cozart behind the bag to the glove side, 1 out.
Yeah, Tom, I got thinking about Bronson Arroyo this afternoon on the way over here when, you know, you make it his 15th start of the year, and we've talked a lot about him never missing a start. He's never missed a start in majors or minors, but here he is, you know, 19 seasons in pro ball. He didn't become a full-time starter in the major leagues until he was 27 years old. Yeah, the Reds have a handful of pitchers, you know, have been full-time starters, you know, by the age 21 rolls around.
Well, in fact, that entire Red starting rotation outside of Arroyo, you can say that about. Lee came straight from college to the big leagues. 4 years in a row. He's already been on an opening day roster. Homer Bailey was brought up very young. Well over 100 starts in the big leagues. Likewise for Cueto, still in his mid-20s. And of course, Matt Latos. He just turned 25 in December.
Yeah. So Arroyo now has made 519 starts in his professional career.
And never missed one, like you just said. Never missed one time.
That's really, I mean, you have no idea how amazing that is. I mean, the Cal Ripken story, of course, is phenomenal. You play every day. Some of those days, they put them in here and there so they could keep the streak alive. But when you make a start, you're not just being sent out there for one batter or one inning. You're expected to go out there and pitch, you know, minimum 5. And more often, a whole lot more than that. So if you add up all the wins and losses, and he's 130 wins and 120 losses in the major leagues. If you add his minor league numbers in there, he's 213 wins against 164 losses. Wow. That's a lot of baseball.
You ain't lying. That is caught by Cozart. And the umpire saying he didn't catch it. And Cozart might be right. They may talk about this. The second base umpire is Chris Conroy. Now, he may have been blocked when Cozart reached to the... No, they're not going to ask anybody about it.
Now, he's just coming in the middle of the infield to put himself in a position where umpires are when there's a man on first base. I don't think there's any argument there from us, Dusty Baker, either. If they thought it was something different, they'd be out there chattering. Ball looked like it was on the ground.
Well, I tell you what, that's 2 nights in a row, Cozart. Between the tag play at second base last night and that play right there. Dusty's got to be scratching his head a little bit. I mean, Cozart has been an outstanding defensive player since he's come up to the big leagues. But that's 2 plays in 2 nights that leave you scratching your head a little bit. And the next batter is going to drop one into right field that'll bounce off the wall. Throw comes into second base, not going to be in time, and what should have been an out for the second out of the inning is not. And now the Pirates have him at second, third with 1 away.
So does that go down as a base hit? Not the Snyder double, but the
out to hit.
There just seems to be something not right about that whole thing.
I'm with you on that. Well, now you got the number 8 batter, and they've already made the decision. You can understand this. They're going to intentionally walk Mercer, which basically is what Arroyo did without intentionally walking, going back to the 4th inning after he got ahead 0-2 and tried to get him to chase. I think Dusty is still in shock about that play on the ball hit to Cozart a minute ago.
We see it happen all the time where you're not sure whether it's caught or whether it's a short hop. But normally the player just goes ahead and fires it over to first base. And then you let the umpire sort it out after the play is over. But I guess that Cozart was so sure that he didn't think it was necessary to do that. And by the time he thought, I better get it over there, it was too late.
Now Brian Price going to visit with Arroyo and going to be joined by his battery mate, and for that matter the entire Reds infield, to make sure that Arroyo's set for this batter and that the Reds defense perhaps is set for what might be coming here with a pitcher due up.
You know, my manager used to call that when he would call, he'd come out to visit the mound and bring all the infielders in.
What?
Rock pile.
Well, he must have only called it that when you were on it.
He was, yeah, well, probably. He got more exercise when I pitched.
Dusty's lineup card sits right there in front of him. Now the Reds are going to bring their infield in. Locke has struck out and rolled out to the mound. He is 1 for 25 as a batter so far this year. Strike one.
I'm surprised they gave him the green light on the first pitch.
Maybe they thought that might be the only pitch he'll get in the at bat.
Well, he's going to get something, but the base is loaded.
Yeah.
But you got to figure that what that man wants least of all is a ground ball to somebody.
Now, Walk has 4 sacrifices on the year. If you're wondering what kind of bunter he is, would they contemplate a squeeze here with 1 out in the inning?
I doubt it. I think they'd rather see him stand up there and not take the bat off his shoulder. Because at least then you turn the lineup over and have Marte come up with the bases loaded and 2 out.
Tapper to short. Cozart will come to the plate. They get the out on Alvarez. Nice play that time by Zach, and there are 2 outs in the inning.
Now playing the infield in paid off. On the run, Cozart just at the cut of the grass right there. He throws a force out play at home.
So now they're loaded for Marte, who is flying to center, tripled to left center, scored the game's only run back in the 3rd inning. And he grounded out to Todd Frazier his last time up.
Yeah, it seems that it's very difficult for Starling Marte not to hack at just about everything that comes up there. I'm wondering now with the bases loaded, he's going to be a little bit more patient at the plate.
Fastball down and in. McLava not even taking a look at Marte. He's keeping an eye on that runner out at second base. That's Jordy Mercer. They're loaded with 2 away and a 1-0 pitch. Back-to-back fastballs from Arroyo. A ball and a strike to Marte. Snyder at third base, Mercer at second base, Locke at first base. Pirates leading 1-0. And a breaking ball that Marte hitting himself after making contact. Well, neither one of these teams anything to write home about with runners in scoring position in this series. It's been downright ugly for each team. And the Pirates, it's been rough all year long. But yet they're only a half game behind the Reds in the NL Central Division. And a 1-2. Broke his back. 3 of the 4 pitches in this at bat to Marte have been fastballs.
Yeah, all tight in on the hands.
Broke his back, fouled it off his foot. #100th pitch of the game coming up for Bronson Arroyo. We're in the 6th inning and the Pirates have the bases loaded. They have left 6 runners on base in 4 innings tonight. And another fastball in on his hands, and again it's fouled away.
Arroyo's got such good command of that fastball. I mean, ever since he's learned how to throw that ball effectively with 2 seams and get a lot of run on it, it has changed his pitching repertoire entirely.
Come back with a breaking ball. Cozart will play to Phillips. And Arroyo pitches around an extra out in the inning. It's still a 1-0 game. Chu, Votto, and Phillips are coming up. The Midsummer Classic in New York, New York. Home field advantage for the World Series on the line. The 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. July the 16th only on Fox. And of course the Reds have leading vote getters at first and second. Shin-Soo Choo ninth among outfielders. And the All-Star voting, which you can do, just log on to Reds.com. I think you're allowed to vote, what, 35 times? Something like that? Anyway, you're allowed to vote a lot. So if you want to see your favorite Reds in the All-Star Game, by all means, log on. Choo, Votto, and Phillips due up here in the Cincinnati sixth inning against Jeff Locke. Pirates left the bases loaded in the sixth inning. They have stranded 9 runners on base, and there is a fair ball.
That's a great play by Russell Martin, because that ball was going foul. And he realized that. He jumped on it right away. Sometimes you see fielders jump on balls that go foul and they knock them out of the way, or they grab them quickly before they can come back. That ball was going to spin out of the line and be in foul territory. Russell Martin smells a free out and takes it.
So now Votto is bounced into a fielder's choice and then led off the 4th inning with a single. Trying to tie the game with one big swing of the bat there, and comes up empty. Cubs and the Cardinals at the end of 2. They're in the top of the 3rd in a 1-1 game. Told you that's Edwin Jackson against Jake Westbrook tonight at Busch Stadium. I tell you what, Locke is just twisting the Reds in knots here tonight. There haven't been 3 balls that have been hit hard against him in the game.
Well, when you can neutralize the left-handers in this lineup, and those are the guys, other than Brandon Phillips, are the guys that normally do the most damage. You got Choo, who's an on-base monster. You got Joey Votto, who's left-handed, and Jay Bruce. And all 3 of those guys, except for one base hit by Joey Votto, they're pretty much neutralized by Jeff Locke.
Reds only have 5 balls that have left the infield in this game tonight. 3 of them hits. There have only been 2 fly balls to Pirate outfielders in the game. Jay Bruce, a fly ball to center in the 4th, and Derek Robinson, a fly ball to center in the 5th. They have the double by Hannigan, the single to center by Votto, single to right by Frazier, and the 2 fly ball outs. Diving play by Alvarez, and a cannon for an arm to throw out Phillips. So not a ball leaves the infield in the 6th inning. Nice play by Alvarez. We go to the 7th. Pirates lead 1-0.
Chance to get up close and personal with the 2013 Reds team and get a bat, baseball, or signed jersey. So this is your chance to see the team and get their autographs themselves. So visit Reds.com/autograph and find out how you can take part in the ultimate autograph experience. That's Reds.com/autograph.
One run, 6 hits, an error, and 9 men left on base for the Pirates. Reds have been shut out as they were last night. They have 3 hits, committed 1 error, and stranded only 4. The Reds have not had a base runner since the single by Todd Frazier back in the 4th inning. Breaking ball in there to Russell Martin from Arroyo's up over 100 pitches in the game, but throwing the ball well. He's gotten in a number of jams in the game tonight and gotten out of a number of jams in the game tonight. Remember, the only run the Pirates scored was an error by Arroyo on a comebacker from the man of the plate right now, Russell Martin, way back in the 3rd inning. It'll be Martin, McCutchen, and Garrett Jones here in the inning, and that ball's popped up behind the mound on the infield grass for Brandon Phillips. 1 out.
Tell you what, last couple of innings, Bronson Arroyo has really made some pitches. He had to in the last inning, as he had the bases loaded with only 1 out and got out of that without a run. But for Russell Martin, who has reached base each of the previous 3 times up, he made a great pitch right there to jam him and get a little pop up.
Andrew McCutchen, meanwhile, has been retired all 3 plate appearances tonight against Arroyo. A rocket back up the middle that Phillips threw out McCutchen in the 1st. He has since grounded to 3rd and popped up to Robinson and left. And this time was a fly ball to right. Bruce drifting. He got it.
Well, you say pop up the right field. I didn't think this ball was even going to the warning track, and there Jay Bruce is leaping up against the wall, taking an extra base hit away, maybe a home run away. Well, you let it heat up just a little bit, and this ballpark plays awfully small out there.
That's a great thing about having a wall, though, at the height at which they have at Great American Ballpark, at least through left center and all the way to the right field line, that you give the outfielder the chance to make plays like that.
Yeah. Those are great seats out there, too.
They sure are.
I mean, I love sitting out there.
You and I were talking about that last night.
Some of them are season tickets and some of them are walk-up seats.
And it's a very friendly crowd out there in right field. Gone swinging Jones, and that's all for the Pirates in the 7th inning. What an outing by Arroyo. 7 innings has allowed 1 run, thanks in part to Jay Bruce. Jay will lead it off in the 7th. Reds down a run. home runs against National League Central Division teams. All the good choices that are out there. There are a lot of them. And the answer is Jay Bruce. 3 more than Andrew McCutchen. 4 more than Carlos Beltran. The shocker is Ryan Braun. I would have guessed Ryan Braun.
So would I.
Now, if you went back one more year, the answer probably would be Ryan Braun, because if I'm not mistaken, that was the year 2011 that he won the MVP. Ground ball off the bat of Bruce and the second baseman Walker, and that's out number 1 here in the 7th. Todd Frazier now to batter. Frazier, the last Red to reach base when he had a 2-out single to right against Locke in the 4th inning. And all the Pirates want to do at this point in time, although the pitch count for Locke is just at 91. But the way that Clint Hurdle normally runs his team, they have a lead in a tight game come the 8th inning. As that one is down the right field line, it'll go to the wall. And Frazier, his second straight hit the other way. And the Reds have the tying run in scoring position with 1 out.
Boy, Frazier likes hitting off those lefties. I tell you, he likes not having a breaking ball to negotiate that is going away from him. And Locke throws a breaking ball, but it's coming right into Todd Frazier instead of away, and he stays right inside it. Boy, that's a good swing by the Reds' third baseman.
And even a couple of times tonight when we've taken a shot in the Reds dugout, it seems to be Frazier, and you saw him right there looking into his dugout, who's been trying to sort of pep up his teammates. There's some long faces down in that dugout, and Frazier playing the role of cheerleader along with third baseman. And there's a fly ball to right. That'll back up Snyder. And on to third goes Frazier. 2 outs in the inning. Well, a quick chat. Locke and Garrett Jones. Locke rubbing up the baseball, climbing up the third base side of the mound. And Ryan Hannigan, the batter. Hannigan doubled down the left field line in the 2nd inning. He grounded out to the shortstop in the 5th. Strike 1. Nobody standing in the on-deck circle. Arroyo's spot is due up next. Reds have left-hander Tony Cindrani getting warmed up in the pen.
Looks like Mesoraco's grabbed the bat and the helmet and is standing at the bottom of the stairs. He's the right-hander that you think that Dusty Baker would go to. Not a lot of options down there.
Into left center field, and that will be caught by Marte, and that's all for the Reds. So they get a hit, but they strand a runner at third. We're off to the 8th. 1-0 Pirates. first, couldn't do it. In the second inning, got a double with 2 outs by Ryan Hannigan. But Zach Cozart thrown out of the plate. And that's the closest the Reds have come to scoring in this game. The only Pirate run came on a 2-out triple by Starling Marte, and then Russell Martin hit a comebacker that ricocheted off the glove of Arroyo, turned into an error on the Reds pitcher. Arroyo able to survive a bases loaded jam in the 6th. Pirates have stranded 9 runners in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their innings tonight. They've gone down in order twice. Left 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 3 more in the 6th.
Now Tony Cingrani comes in for Bronson Arroyo, who went 7 innings of 6 hit, no earned run baseball. He ended up throwing 109 pitches. Arroyo did. That is only the 2nd time this year that Arroyo has thrown more than 100 pitches in a start. And tonight was start number 15. So Cingrani comes in, and he'll face the left-handed part of the Pirates order. One more note on Arroyo and that 100 pitch mark for him. He's never had a season where he's had fewer than 10 games in which he threw at least 100 pitches. So this is an ultra efficient year for Arroyo.
Well, he cannot win it. Best case scenario is a no decision, and we'll see if the Reds can rally down a run. Going to be an interesting decision for Clint Hurdle as Tony Cingrani takes over on the mound. Of course, he pitched out of the bullpen and helped preserve a 2-1 lead in the series opener. It turned into a 4-1 Reds lead, but Cingrani came on with 1 on and 1 out in the 8th, and the Reds at the time had a 2-1 lead. But if you're Clint Hurdle, I mean, you've had as good as it gets in the 8th and the 9th inning among all teams in Major League Baseball. There's nobody out there better. There might be somebody as good, but nobody has been better than Melanson and Grilli. Grilli's not blown a save all year. You have a pinch hitter, and then you have Derek Robinson and Shin-Soo Choo. So you go any further than that, you have Joey Votto. And of course, Choo and Votto being left-handed batters. Do you take Locke out of the game? He's thrown 95 pitches so far. He's retired Choo and Votto 5 times in 6 at-bats in the game. Well, it looked like a good pitch.
Sure did.
Ryan Hannigan was ready to fire it around the infield, thinking it was strike 3 on Neil Walker.
I think Neil Walker was ready to drag it back to the bench.
He'll go back now.
Now he just peppers fastballs at Neil Walker. Here's our whiff brought to you by Head and Shoulders, now with a hint of Old Spice. Any way you look at this fastball at 94 miles an hour, it puts the Pirate second baseman back on the pine.
In their fastball, a strike to Pedro Alvarez.
Yeah, it looks like Cingrani likes being out there as a bullpen guy. Kind of reminds him of his old days at Rice when he was a closer in college. A little bigger strike zone in the NCAA.
Well, he's mighty impressive.
You're not kidding about that. I don't think Alvarez even thought about taking the bat off his shoulder. Look at that grouping of fastballs at 94 and 95. I mean, no wonder he didn't swing. What are you going to do with them?
Of course, Alvarez was the big strikeout with 2 on, ending the 8th inning here on Monday night. And now left-handed batting Travis Snyder with 2 away. Strike 1. Mark Melancon, a right-hander, is getting ready in the Pirate bullpen. Boy, this is like throwing darts for Cingrani and hitting the bullseye on every throw. Try to come with a slider on an 0-2 pitch and bounces it up there. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You know, you throw a bad one like that on an 0-2 pitch. Come back and throw a good one right here. Built some myelin.
Came back with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. Strike 3 called. In his short career as a reliever, Cingrani's faced 28 batters. He has punched out 14 of them. Outdoor luxury suite at Great American Ballpark. An all-inclusive food and beverage package available. Flat panel TVs. Great furnishings. Courtesy of Front Gate. You can host anywhere from 30 to 48 people. Call the Reds Group Sales Department at 513-765-7600. Tony Cingrani comes on to fan the side in relief of Bronson Arroyo on the top of the 8th inning. But now the Reds need offense. And the man they'll try and rally against in the 8th inning, who's been the primary setup man to Jason Grilli this entire season, is right-hander Mark Melancon.
He came into last night's ball game, Melancon did, and he faced the number 9 hitter. That was Jack Hanahan, then Chu and Cozart. He struck out Chu and Cozart on a 1-2-3 inning after he got Hanahan on a fly ball. This guy has a very good curveball, and he's thrown a lot of cutters this year, and that's been a very good pitch for him.
Opponents batting .205 against Melanson. He has been scored upon just 3 times in his last 28 games. So you see his overall ERA. You think it looks good. It's under 1. Spanning his last 28 games. So perhaps he's due. Xavier Paul to hit for Cingrani. And it's strike 1. Fastball off the inside corner, and it's 1-1 to Paul. They'll be followed by Derek Robinson and then Shin-Soo Choo. Nobody get loose in the Pirate bullpen. They had Tony Watson, their left-hander, and a real good one going inning and 2/3 last night. This 8th inning, as it has all year long, belongs to Melanson. His ERA pitching in the 8th inning only the 8th inning, is 0.67 on the year. Fly ball to left field. That'll back up Marte, but room. Coming up right after the game and every game here on Fox Sports Ohio. It's Reds Live, brought to you by Kings Honda, the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Only 4 times in the history of Great American Ballpark, that's 11 years, have the Reds been shut out on back-to-back games. They were blanked here last night on a grand total of 4 hits. They have that same number so far tonight. Robinson shows bunt, takes strike 1. Two out. Chu, another hitter in the Reds lineup who has cooled off for an extended period of time. He takes ball 1 down and in. 0 for 3 tonight. Reached on an error on a ground ball to the first baseman Jones. He's grounded out to Jones and then tapped out on a check swing that rolled about 10 feet up the third base line, and Martin threw him out. 2-0 on Shin-Soo Choo. He has 10 home runs on the year. And there's a base hit into right field. So now Votto will have a chance with a tying run at first base and 2 away in the 8th.
Votto did not face Mark Melanson last night. He was the first batter to face Jason Grilli, the closer.
Jam shot, pop up, short left center. And that's all for the Reds in the 8th. A hit, a man left. We go to the 9th. Pirates lead 1-0.
Fly ball that continued to carry. Bruce goes up and over the yellow stripe to bring it back. Our John Morrell hot dog play of the game. Alfredo Simon will now take over on the mound. Bronson Arroyo gave the Reds 7 innings of 1-run baseball tonight, an unearned run at that. Simon coming off just a sensational game here on Sunday. Worked behind Johnny Cueto and got a rare, in this day and age, 3-inning save. In fact, it was the first one for the Reds since Micah Owings did it in 2009.
Usually you see that in a blowout game, but you don't see it the way that Simon finished it off. I believe he struck out the last 5 batters that he faced. I mean, he was bringing it with a sharp breaking ball. And talking about moving up the food chain a little bit for Alfredo Simon. He was a guy that started this season as a mop-up guy down in the bullpen. Here he is in a 1-0 ball game in the 9th inning.
He'll face 8, 9, and 1 in the batting order. That'll be Mercer, a pinch hitter, and right now that's Alex Presley, a left-handed batter, standing in the on-deck circle, and then back to the top in Starling Marte. Reds are 3 outs away from slipping behind not only the Cardinals but also the Pirates in the Central. They'll have Phillips, Bruce, and Frazier due up against Grilli in the 9th.
All 3 of those batters faced Grilli last night.
Mercer has walked twice, once intentionally, 0 for 1 officially tonight. And now 2-2 on Jordy Mercer. Dusty Baker's offense has all of a sudden turned stone cold. The only runs they scored, you may remember, in the series opener were 4 solo home runs. And that one got a piece of Hannigan. Looked like it got him in the bare hand, right hand. But the Reds that night, you may remember, in the opening game of this series, 2 of those home runs did not come until their final at bat in the 8th inning. So they were the front 7 in that game, scoring 2 runs on the 2 solo home runs. And of course, that coming on the heels of the game in Chicago, where they played the final 7 innings in that 14-inning game, where they did not score. And now Alfredo Simon drills Jordy Mercer between the numbers. 2 Pirate batters have been hit by pitches in the game tonight.
And both of them above the belt. Simon throws hard too. He's throwing 95, 96 here tonight. That's a kidney shot.
Well, what is that now? 18 times. They are averaging 2 hit batters per game. Tonight being the 9th time these 2 teams have played. And there have been 18 batters hit.
Well, given the circumstances of a 1-0 ball game, you can't even begin to conjecture that the ball that just hit Mercer was meant to be hit. I mean, that was intentional. I mean, there's just no way. But Pirates may interpret it however they want.
Presley trying to advance a runner with a bunt. He's fouled away 2 in a row, and really that was what those were the words that
Hurdle kept using over and over again last night. Depends on where you're sitting.
Yep.
As to what you're going to believe. One and two on Presley. One run, 6 hits, 9 men left on base for the Pirates. No runs, 5 hits, 6 left on base for the Reds. And now 2-2 on Alex Presley. Arroyo, the first 7, allowed 6 hits and an unearned run. Walked 3, one intentionally hit a batter, struck out 3. Cingrani fanned the side in the 8th inning. And Simon hits the first batter he faces here in the 9th. Foul ball. Once more, a swing and a foul ball that will find its way this time into the stands. Presley batting for Melanson, who gives him 1 inning and allows 1 hit. Huge crowd tonight. Nearly 37,000 on this Wednesday night in downtown Cincinnati. And they picked him off. Second time a Pirate has been picked off tonight.
Well, with the base running blunders the Pirates have put up tonight, and with the shoddy defense they have shown in the infield, it is amazing that they hold a 1-0 lead. Bronson Arroyo had a pickoff earlier in the ball game.
That was a huge pickoff when he picked off Martin with 2 on and 2 out in the 5th. And how about that on the heels of a single in the center? Take a look at our Nissan drive of the game. 2 outs, nobody on. Scoreless game in the 3rd. Marte shoots one to left center field that continues to roll to the wall. And Marte, the way that young man can run, easily in with his 2nd triple in as many nights. And then he scored the only run of the ball game. Straight away center off the bat of Marte. And Hughes got it. They're 2 away in the inning. Here's Russell Martin. Been on base 3 times in the game. A double to left in the first. Hit the comebacker to Arroyo. Arroyo charged with an error on that play that allowed Marte to score the only run in the third. Then Martin hit with a pitch by Arroyo in the 5th. And popped up to Phillips his last time up in the 7th. In the air, foul ground, and that ball's 3 rows behind the Reds dugout. Cardinals and the Cubs still in a 1-1 game. St. Louis batting in the bottom of the 5th with 2 down and nobody on. Here it's 1-0 Pittsburgh. We're in the top of the 9th. Reds won the series opener. Pirates shut out the Reds last night 4-0. And Simon now trying to put an end to the top of the 9th. They pitch out and the runner not going anywhere. 2-1. Hannigan has thrown out 9 of 18 would-be base stealers. He threw them out at a 44% clip last year. That was among the best in all of baseball. That one squirts out of his glove, and Presley was already retreating back to first base.
Yeah, he faked the move to second base, but he so faked himself that he decided he got out of no man's land and he started heading back to the bag. This ball goes into the dirt, picked originally and then dropped as Hannigan was thinking, hey, maybe I've got a shot at him down there. Take a look at the runner. I'm surprised they're even thinking about it after they already had a pickoff at first base. Simon showed some pretty quick feet and a quick move over there.
Straight up in the air to the right side, and Phillips camps out underneath it. All righty, here we go. Grilly has not blown a save this entire year. The Reds will try and change that with Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce, Todd Frazier coming up, down 1-0. ranking 3rd in the nation again in the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. And by Chevy. Stop by your Tri-State Chevy dealer and check out their full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. The man has been perfect so far this year. That would be the Pirate closer, Jason Grilli.
Nice job by Alfredo Simon to keep it a 1-0 ball game. Jason Grilli has 30 saves in his entire Major League career, and that career started back in the year 2000. But 25 of those have been this year. 25 for 25, an earned run average of less than 1. Throws a lot of strikes. Does not walk too many. He's only 7 bases on balls all year long.
25 saves, leads the National League.
But he's got the thinnest of margins right here on 1-0 ball game.
Last time the Reds were shut out in back-to-back games, you got to go back to the final 2 days of August 2011 against Philadelphia here at Great American Ballpark. Brandon Phillips 0 for 3. Bounced into a double play, struck out, and grounded to third.
Now that was the pitch last night that he used a lot on Brandon Phillips. In fact, he bounced one for strike 3 that ended up being a wild pitch. Brandon ended up going to first base on that strikeout. So in the inning, Grilli had to face 4 hitters and struck out 3.
Well, there it is again. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Three batters up in this inning have a combined 20 at-bats against Grilli. They have 1 hit in 20 at-bats. Phillips, Bruce, Frazier with 11 strikeouts in the 20 at-bats. But perhaps it's time for the tide to turn. 1-1. High fly ball down the right field line. And Snyder in fair territory goes to get it. 1 out in the Reds' 9th inning.
Well, saves before the All-Star break, what the Pirates have their eyes on right now, and you see Joel Hanrahan had the record, or has the record. He did that in 2011. Jason Grilli, he's 1 save away from tying that one.
And actually, the footnote to both Hanrahan and Grilli, that's not only saves before the All-Star game, that it would be a franchise record for consecutive saves, and this one is going to the seats. So bye-bye saves record, and bye-bye baseball. Jay Bruce, number 14, and it's a 1-1 game in the 9th.
Jay Bruce had a real good swing at a pitch last night, a fastball very similar to that, and he got jammed a little bit. This time Jay Bruce did the unjamming of a fastball and a laser beam of a home run into the moon deck.
Starting to make the note that Hanrahan saved 26 in a row to start a season. So that's a record that Grilli was trying to match tonight. 26 consecutive saves to begin a year. But it ends on his 26th try. Alvarez will throw out Frazier, and they're 2 away in the inning. The Reds have Aroldis Chapman up and throwing in a bullpen. The Reds unbelievably have played 11 extra inning games already this season. Cozart bats with 2 out, 1 in, 1-1 game. Arroyo off the hook. Locke can't win it. Here we are on June the 19th, and Jason Grilli had not blown a save the entire year. Slider in there, strike 2. Cozart chases that pitch up and away again, and there's a pop up into foul ground that'll end the inning. But Jay Bruce, with the Reds down to their final 2 outs of the game, unloads to the seats in right. We're on our way to the 10th of a 1-1 game. Links, beef jerky, feed your wild side.
Now you're wondering how fast the pitch comes into the plate. We tell you about that all the time. Anywhere from 90 to 95 to 100 miles an hour. But how about on the way out? This home run by Jay Bruce clocked at 106.5 miles an hour. Look out in the moon deck. He's got a whole bunch of friends out there right now after depositing that souvenir just a few rows up from where he's standing right now, and tied this baby up at 1. Aroldis Chapman into the ball game to try to hold the Pirates right there in the 10th inning.
Well, you have McCutchen to start things from the right side. You have Garrett Jones. They'll bat for him undoubtedly as a left-handed batter. In fact, just now making his way to the on-deck circle is Gabby Sanchez. And then you have the switch hitting Neil Walker. Ball 1. Chapman pitched in the opening game of this series. It was not a save situation. The Reds scored the 2 runs in the 8th inning to go a 2-1 lead to a 4-1 lead. He walked the batter and struck out 2. Slider misses low. 2-0 on McCutchen. Well, you know McCutchen was going to swing at the thrown ball on a 2-0 pitch there.
And swing hard. And that he did.
Struck him out on a slider. Wow. So 97, 97, 86 mile per hour slider. Cool.
Not only the difference in speed, but the location of that pitch. Perfect.
Yeah, that would be a perfect slider from Aroldis Chapman. Not that back foot to a right-handed batter slider that Randy Johnson used to throw, but Chapman has those from time to time too. Ball 1 to Sanchez. Well, they've got their other left-hander down in their bullpen, Justin Wilson, getting loose now. In fact, he's already loose. Three-0 on Sanchez. Green light on a 3-0 pitch, and he pops it up behind the plate and out of play.
I'm not so sure why you would even think about giving a guy a green light on a 3-0 pitch against Aroldis Chapman.
I'm with you.
Because you know you're going to get a 3-0 fastball. Maybe they're thinking he'll take a little bit off it to get it in there. But you're going to get a 3-1 you're going to get a 3-1 fastball here too.
He got a 3-1 fastball at 96, and he's tardy on that. The 2 now on Sanchez. And a third straight fastball, and this one is popped up the other way. 2 out. Now Neil Walker will come up from the right side if you're taking a peek ahead of the bottom of the 10th. Scheduled hitters for the Reds would be Hannigan, a pinch hitter for Aroldis Chapman. And then back to the top of the order with Derek Robinson. Reds only have one right-handed batter on their bench available, and that would be Devin Mesoraco. Ball 1 to Walker. Two batters in a row. Chapman falls behind. He went to 3-0 on Sanchez and threw 3 strikes consecutively to get him out. And now to 2-0 to Walker. Ball 3. Left-handed batting Pedro Alvarez waits on deck. Jay Bruce's home run with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th ties the game at 1. And here we are with 2 outs and nobody on in the 10th. 3-1 the count on Walker. Big crowd on this Wednesday night. 2 of the top teams in all of baseball. They own 2 of the top 4 records in all of baseball, these 2 teams. And a 3-2. Over near the Reds dugout, and again that one is out of play. Cubs and the Cardinals remain tied at 1. That game in the bottom of the 6th inning at Busch Stadium. We're tied at 1 in the top of the 10th in Cincinnati. A 2-out walk keeps the inning alive for Alvarez. You know, Chris, I often ask myself, and you wonder, as you've got power against power here. Alvarez leading the team in home runs and runs batted in, a swing and a miss on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. You know, on these games from time to time where you see Chapman does not have quite the command. You're talking about a guy who has only pitched in 31 innings the entire year, and the Reds have played over, well, almost 670 innings this year. Chapman now a strike away and out away from sending the Reds with a chance to win it in the bottom of the 10th. This is not an easy out. This is a big slugger in their lineup. The 0-2. That's all she wrote for him. 100 miles per hour. A walk, a couple of strikeouts. Reds down in the bottom of the 10th. Tied at 1. Tomorrow. on behalf of the Reds Community Fund. Homer Bailey will make his 15th start of the season, and making just his 2nd start after being brought up from the minor leagues is Brandon Compton. Changes for Clint Hurdle. First time we've seen Clint Barmas in the series. He'll take over at shortstop, and Jordy Mercer moves over to second base, which means that Barmas will bat in the number 9 spot, and the pitcher spot is a vacated place of Neil Walker in the 5 hole.
That means you bring a new pitcher in. Sanchez takes over at first base. He came in to pinch hit for Garrett Jones. Justin Wilson, left-hander, 6'2", 220 pounds, from Anaheim, California, comes in.
This guy can rush it up there.
He sure can. They've got some pretty good arms out of that bullpen.
Very good numbers for Wilson. Opponents are only batting .175 against this guy. Ranks first among National League relievers in innings pitched with 39 2/3. Now, his last 2 outings, he's not been scored upon, but the 2 prior to that, he gave up runs in each outing. And there's a little flare that'll fall in a hit to begin the Reds' bottom of the 10th.
They were playing anti-double defense right there, with Starlin Marte pretty much hugging the warning track, making sure that Brian Hannigan didn't start the inning off with a double. So this ball's going to fall in almost no matter what. He'll come out for a pinch runner.
The Reds are going to run Devin Mesoraco for Ryan Hannigan. They're going to send up Cesar Izturis, unquestionably, to try and move the runner along with a bunt. And he lays it down perfectly. Beautifully done by Izturis.
Well, one of the things that they wanted to bring in Mesoraco, and he's no speedster out there, but he is faster by a step, maybe 2, from first to second than Brian Hannigan is. They wanted to make it as easy as possible for Cesar Izturis to get a bunt down and move that runner into scoring position.
Now this crowd of nearly 37,000, most of which are still here, hoping Derek Robinson can send them home celebrating. Ball 1 inside. Robinson tonight has walked twice. He's fly to center and grounded to short. Well, there is a lot of room, a lot of space on the right side of that infield, with Mercer, the second baseman, trying to keep Mesoraco as close as he can to the bag. But apparently not enough room. Two out. The winning run 90 feet away. I'm sure Chris Byers saying into the year of Mesoraco, be alive now, because Wilson from time to time can fire one in the dirt.
He's already done that 4 times this year that have resulted in wild pitches. And probably a lot of those wild pitches have come on a breaking ball. So if you're Chu, you're thinking, hey, with a man at third base doesn't want to wild pitch him in, I'm getting a heater. And he does.
Like one and two.
At 97. Well, we've seen some left-handers in this ball game that have pretty good arms. I mean, the starter, Jeff Locke, has a good arm. Then Cingrani, Aroldis Chapman, and this guy.
0-2 now to Chu. Chu singled his last time up in the 8th, but against a left-hander tonight, Locke, he was 0 for 3. And we're going to the 11th inning. Reds and Pirates tied at 1. Backlinks beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, after running for Ryan Hannigan, Devin Mesoraco will stay in the game. He was stranded at third base when Chu struck out to end the 10th, keeping it a 1-1 game. And now on to pitch following Arroyo, Cingrani, and Simon and Chapman is Sam LeCure.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago that Bronson Arroyo started this ball game against Jeff Locke, and they really locked it up, those two. Arroyo did not give up an earned run in 7 innings. Neither did Locke. Then we've seen Cingrani, Alfredo Simon, and Aroldis Chapman each for 1 inning, and Sam LeCure comes on. Sam had a little blip in his very consistent pitching against the Colorado Rockies a couple weeks ago, but last couple of outings have been very good. In fact, the last couple of outings for Sam have been both 1/3 of an inning outings.
Of course, that Colorado blip started a string of blips for LeCure. He had the game against Colorado where he gave up the lead in the 8th inning. He then followed with a game against St. Louis where he came in the 7th inning, gave up the lead. That was on that Sunday night in a series finale. And then had the lead in Chicago as the Reds were going for the 4-game sweep there on Sunday afternoon. And now we've seen him come in and hopefully get back, as Chris mentioned, to where he was and where he by and large has been. As Snyder fouls it away on a 2-0 pitch, 2-1. It's not that you don't root for everybody on your team, but I think LeCure is one of those guys, and you know, on this Reds team, and everybody is really rooting to get it kind of back to where he was prior to just that little hiccup or two along the way. St. Louis has scored twice, still batting in the bottom of the 6th inning, and now leading Chicago and Edwin Jackson by a 3-1 score. It's Jake Westbrook on the mound for St. Louis tonight. That's the pitch that LeCure was getting regularly called for a strike.
Well, it's a pitch that he was throwing regularly for a strike, and when you just miss right there and you miss in a key spot, you've got to come back and try to improve on it. Well, you've just defined the inside part of the strike zone right there for the hitter.
Well, he came back in there again, and he's quite fortunate.
And what I mean by defining the strike zone, because the hitter has just seen that pitch, and you nearly made a perfect pitch, but it was a ball. Now you've got to come back in there, maybe just a hair or a hair and a half closer to the plate right after the hitter is just zoned in on it. And that's why you see right there that he had a pretty good hack at that ball to Travis Snyder.
Well, would he come in there for a 3rd straight time? Saw LeCure shaking off Mesoraco not once but twice. Came in there again. Got him to pop it up. 1 out. Jordy Mercer, the batter, now the second baseman. Move from short to second in the bottom half of the 10th inning. He's walked twice, once intentionally, got hit by a pitch his last time up. That was by Alfredo Simon in the 9th. The quartet of Cingrani, Simon, and Chapman have combined for 3 1/3 innings of 1-hit shutout baseball. 5 strikeouts and only 1 walk. Down the right field line towards the corner. Bruce with room. 2 out. Now Barmes, who's been sitting down quite a bit, as his batting average has spiraled down significantly. Over his last 18 games, only 7 hits and 55 at bats. You see his overall season numbers. He's dropped below the 200 mark. Look here, trying to make it a 1-2-3 11th. Reds have the heart of the order coming up in the bottom of the inning. Wilson, a guy they have used for multiple innings many times. As there's strike 2 to Barmes, and Wilson will be out there for the bottom of the 11th. There's not a soul getting loose in that Pirate bullpen. You almost sense it, that this is a game that Clint Hurdle really believes his team needs to win. Not that you don't feel that way every game, but going to double up on Wilson in innings here tonight. 0-2 pitch. Foul out of play.
Well, I'm not so sure that he feels like tomorrow's starter is going to be able to deliver 7 innings of shutout baseball the way that Jeff Locke did tonight. I mean, Locke had the numbers coming in tonight of being one of the best pitchers in this league.
1-2 to Barmes. Down the left field line towards a corner, and a foul ball. Breaking ball in the dirt, so Barmes after falling behind 0-2 has worked to count full against LeCure, and you've got Starling Marte standing in the on-deck circle.
There was a time that Barmes had some pretty good pop. You know, he had 23 home runs for the Rockies in 2009. That's when he was their everyday second baseman.
Playoff pitch on Clint Barmes. And Barmes with a base hit into center field. It's been a while for Barmes. Only his 8th hit in his last 56 at bats. And more recently for Barmes, that's his first hit in his last 10 at bats.
Now, he earned that hit. I'll tell you, that was a pretty good at bat that he had against Sam LeCure right there. Stretched the count to full before he goes back up the middle to get a base hit. Now a dangerous Marte.
Marte 1 of 5 in a game, tripled and scored the only Pirate run against Arroyo. That was way back in the 3rd inning. And LeCure delivers a strike.
If you're thinking about a stolen base, probably not. He has not stolen a base, Barmes that is, in the last 2 years.
Oh, 2. Strike 3 called, and that's all for the Pirates in the 11th. Bottom of the 11th. It'll be Votto, Phillips, and Bruce, who tied this game with a long Wilson, you know, we were talking about the Pirates and how much they have used their bullpen this year. Consider this, if you will. Relief outings this year requiring more than 3 outs coming into tonight's game. The Rockies are #1 with 61 of those. The Pirates, one behind with 60. The Reds have done it half that number, where a reliever has come into a game and been asked to get more than 3 outs. But this is a young man, as we mentioned earlier, Wilson, who's thrown more innings than any other reliever in the National League. So for him, not a big deal. Votto to lead it off, 1 out of 4 in the game. Behind 0-1. Votto went 1 for 3 against a left-handed starter, Jeff Locke. He had a single into center field leading off the 4th inning. Melanson got him out to end the 8th on a pop-up to shallow center. 1-1 to Votto. That's a proverbial knee buckler there. That's a body buckler.
Well, you're not kidding about that when you can dial it up there about 97 miles an hour. And you're geared up for that fastball, and you drop old little breaking ball on you right there, the old Lord Charles.
Two and two to Votto. Phillips waiting on deck, and then of course Jay Bruce. Ball 3. Well, this young Mr. Wilson believe in that breaking ball enough to flip it up there 3-2 to begin the bottom of the 11th inning.
Well, if he was watching the starter tonight, Jeff Locke, he saw Locke right after Joey Votto with inside fastballs. And Wilson's got a better fastball than Locke.
Yep, beat him with a fastball. Popped up, short left, 1 out. So now Brandon Phillips 0 for 4. Phillips has bounced into a double play, struck out, grounded to third, and flied out to right. Fastball low, ball 1. Down the right field line and out of play.
Now this is the first year that Wilson, other than his cup of coffee in the major leagues last year, and he was up for 8 ball games, he's always been a starter in the minor leagues. So he's not one of these guys that has logged a lot of games year after year after year. And he's gone more than 2 innings in a ball game earlier this season.
Tell you one thing, these Pirate pitchers do not pitch afraid. I mean, it doesn't matter who the Reds run out there. They are challenging with fastball after fastball after fastball.
And obviously with the numbers we've shown you about hit batsmen, they are not afraid to pitch inside either. Although down and in is the spot right here that Brandon Phillips is looking for.
he won on Brandon with 1 out in the 11th. Just beat him with a fastball. Payoff pitch to Phillips. And I mean, it is as though Wilson is in a rut. It is 97, 97, 97. Another foul ball by Phillips, and 1 notch below that mark that time at 96. But Phillips hanging in there. So Phillips draws a walk. That's a good at bat by Brandon. Of course, Jay Bruce, the reason we're playing right now in the 11th is because of this. Fastball, and he laid into it to the seats and right from Grilly to tie the game at 1. I think you'd assume he'd be looking first pitch fastball again here from Wilson. Well, that's pitcher's pitch right there.
Well, you're not kidding about that.
Back up through the middle, and this will be a double play to end the inning. So we're off to the 12th. Reds and the Pirates tied at 1. Pirates have stranded 12. Reds have left 7. There's been some good defense here tonight. Gunning down Cozart to the plate. That was back in the Reds' 2nd inning. 7th inning. Jay Bruce, it looked like that ball may have gone right off the top of the wall at that point. May have ended up in the stands on a ball hit by Andrew McCutcheon. Each team has committed an error. In fact, the only Reds error was charged to Arroyo with a runner at third and 2 outs in the third that allowed the Pirates to score their only run of the night. LeCure on for his second inning of work. It's only the 31st time the Reds have asked a reliever to do that all year long, and he'll have to go through 2, 3, and 4 in the Pirate batting order. Russell Martin, Andrew McCutchen, and then Garrett Jones. Well, I beg your pardon. Garrett Jones now out of the game. That would be the pitcher spot after Gabby Sanchez, who is in now the spot for Garrett Jones after hitting for him against Aroldis Chapman in the 10th inning. So Sanchez due up third, then Justin Wilson's spot. Foul territory. Votto will give it a look, and it's out of play. Brought up earlier, the Reds this year are already playing in their 12th extra inning game. For the Pirates, it is just their 8th. And just when it seems as though the Reds, who have had such incredible starting pitching, the second best starting pitching ERA, second only to the Cardinals among all teams in Major League Baseball. But for a team that's getting all the innings and the quality starts and the great outings from their starters, these extra inning games have seemed to come in small clusters, you know, where they'll have 2 of them in 5, 6, 7 days. That all of a sudden puts the bullpen in a mighty tough way. And here's ball 4 to Russell Martin to start the Pirate 12th inning. I mean, bear in mind, we're only talking about 3 days ago the Reds played actually 6 days ago, I beg your pardon, is when they played that 14-inning marathon in Chicago.
Well, their extra inning games don't seem like they get over in the 10th inning.
Right.
I mean, I think they've gone 13 2 or 3 times. They've gone that 1 14-inning game you're talking about. So those are the kind of games that can set your bullpen back a little bit.
Oh, and 1 on Andrew McCutchen. He is 0 for 5 in the game tonight. One and one on McCutchen, and LeCure a glance over at Martin. And a pitch. Short center field. This may fall, and Chu able to come get it. That's a big play right there.
Well, any play in extra innings like that is always a big play. You've got a runner at first base, and that ball falls in. Puts a whole different spin on this inning. He just keeps coming and coming and coming. Concentration. Sees it right in the glove.
So now Sanchez, the pitcher spot next. One on, one out, 1-1 game. We're in the 12th at Great American Ballpark. Brandon Inge stands in the on-deck circle. with a bat in hand. They've already used Presley tonight. They've used Barmes. They've used Sanchez. They have their backup catcher McHenry and Brandon Inge left. Reds still have Hanahan and Lutz available off of their bench. Pirates have Vin Mazzaro getting loose in their bullpen, and left-hander Manny Parra getting loose in the Reds pen. Reds have used Cingrani, Chapman, Simon, and of course LeCure is in the game. They have Parra, Parch, and Hoover left in the pen. Parch went 2 innings last night, a long 2 innings. He walked 3 and struck out 3. I think Sanchez is asking him, you sure about that? There appeared to be a slight delay before Jerry Meals, the home plate umpire, pulled the trigger on this call.
That changes the entire at bat for both pitcher and catcher right there. On a 1-1 pitch, the swing to 1-2 or 2-1 is huge.
Well, that's a nice block on that pitch in the dirt by Mesoraco, keeping Martin from advancing into scoring position.
That ball was nowhere near the plate. I mean, it bounced in front of home plate. The old proverbial 55-footer is what you nickname them, but not easy on a catcher. You got to get your whole body out there.
Two and two to Gabby Sanchez. Martin at first with 1 out. We're in the 12th. And LeCure, a long look over at Martin. You say to yourself, Martin the catcher, where is he going? Well, Martin stole a base here last night, and he has attempted 6 steals on the year and has been successful 4 of the 6.
Well, you can bet he's going on this pitch. Even though there are not 2 outs, they're going to take a pretty good shot that even though there are not 2 outs, even though you can have a strike him out, throw him out, double play, they're going to bet that Sanchez is going to make contact if he gets a strike.
And LeCure needs to throw a strike. Already walked Martin to begin this inning.
A little bigger lead there.
There he goes. Wow. A second walk here in the 12th inning by LeCure.
Well,
and Dusty cannot believe it.
Well, you know, you don't really know what's going on physically. I mean, with pitchers that are normally very good with their control and then suddenly don't be able to, not throwing strikes the way he was earlier in the year. You get to the part of the season right here, you always talk about regular players, everyday players that are nicked up and bruised and hurting a little bit here and there. We don't even hear about it. They all do it in the privacy of the training room, and there's no media ever allowed in there, and all those things are kept top secret. Well, same thing for pitchers. This is about the time of year that you start getting your innings added on a little bit. You go back-to-back nights. You sleep on it wrong, and all of a sudden your elbow or your shoulder or your back begins to twinge a little bit.
All right, so after that meeting on the mound, LaCure will turn his attention to the pinch hitter Brandon Inge. Inge batting for Wilson. Wilson did a nice job. Really good job. That's another impressive looking young arm in that Pirate bullpen. 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, no runs. Strike 1 to Inge. Neither team has a hit tonight with a runner in scoring position. Both teams 0 for 7.
That would explain the 1-1 score.
The breaking ball there, and he had Inge way out in front.
Well, you're not kidding. Not only did he drop a good breaking ball on him, but he really pulled the string on it, threw it at 73 miles an hour. That's a Bronson Arroyo speed curveball.
Well, you got Pedro Alvarez next. 1-1 game. Pirates batting in the 12th inning. A pair of walks. Putting 2 on in this 12th. And that's away at a ball and 2 strikes to Inge. Of course, at one time an all-star player for the Detroit Tigers. This guy's done it all. Played the infield, played the outfield, was a catcher at one time. They brought in Pudge Rodriguez. Lost his job as a catcher. They brought in Miguel Cabrera. Lost his job as a third baseman. And just keeps rolling right along. Here's a 1-2 on Inge. Tapper, Frazier, there's 1, there's 2. Pirates top half of this 12th inning and send us to the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 1.
Todd Frazier, all he's got to do is step on the bag and make sure he throws it accurately to first base. Well within the reach of Joey Votto, and that extinguishes the rally by the Pirates in the top of the 12th. And how often do you see it? Guy makes a nice play, he comes back and leads the inning off. That's what will happen right here with Todd Frazier.
Well, we talked about both teams without a hit and runners in scoring position tonight. Well, I tell you what, Clint Hurdle has to just be kicking himself down in that dugout. The Pirates in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 innings tonight have left 13 runners on base. Twice left the bases loaded. Of course, he's been watching this all year long. I mean, it is amazing how good their pitching has been. For their record to be what it is, and for their offensive numbers to be what they are. As Vin Mazzaro takes over from the Pirate bullpen. Now, Mazzaro, a guy who started the season like gangbusters, and you see his overall numbers are very good. But he had a streak of 19 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings until this month began. Suffered his first loss of the season over the weekend. He has been scored upon in 2 straight games and in 3 of his last 4 outings. Reds are hoping that continues tonight. 1-1 to Frazier. Dusty Baker trying to change the mojo, as he frequently does. Moving all the way down to the far end of the Reds dugout. 2-2 on Frazier. Frazier, a couple of hits tonight and 4 at bats, and a pitch on the way is inside to run it full to Frazier. 5 times the Reds have played 10. Twice they have played 11. 3 times they have played 13. And the 14-inning game last week in Chicago. And Frazier gone on strike. Colorado, like the Reds, 12 extra inning affairs this season. 5 for most in the National League with Dusty's Redlegs.
And right now the Reds are 4-7 in those games.
Well, they started off right, 0-3. Then they won 3 in a row. And they've gone 1-3 since then. Well, in fact, they had lost, I beg your pardon, they had lost 3 in a row. They'd gone 0-3, 3-3, lost 3 in a row, and then won their most recent game over the weekend against Milwaukee in extra innings. There's a shattered bat, 1 hopper to short. And they are 2 away here in the Reds' 12th inning. Now Devin Mesoraco with 2 down and nobody on. Manny Parra is ready should the Reds need him for a 13th inning tonight. 1-1 to Mesoraco. Mesoraco 3 home runs on the year. And a Fastball runs inside. 2 balls and a strike. Pitcher spot due up next. Jack Hanahan is waiting in the on deck circle.
Well, Mazzaro gives you a completely different look than the previous Pirates pitchers. He's more of a slider guy than he is an overpowering fastball guy like we saw with Justin Wilson. Although that's not a bad fastball at 96 with a little fur on it as it was running right into towards his kneecaps.
All right, 3-2 on Mesoraco. He went 3-2 on Frazier before striking him out to begin the inning. And Devin waiting. And the Reds are gone in order. And we're going to the 13th. The Reds and the Pirates in Cincinnati tied at 1. So you got to get up early in the morning to get to work. As we have gone right by 11 o'clock Eastern time here tonight in Cincinnati. Jack Hanahan will take over at third base. And now pitching following Arroyo, Cingrani, Simon, Chapman, and LeCure is left-hander Manny Parra.
Manny Parra in for the 17th time, still trying to get that earned run average down. That's tough to do when you're coming out of the bullpen not logging a lot of innings. They've used him in a number of different ways this year, Parra. They tried to come in and use him in the absence of Sean Marshall as that one left-handed guy who would have come in to get one left-handed hitter out. And they've also used him like this in extra inning games and in long relief. We've talked about the futility of the Pirates already tonight, Tom, about the number of runners that they've left on base. When you consider last night that there were 27 strikeouts in this ball game, the Reds pitcher struck out 17. The Reds struck out 10 times. That's a whole game's worth of strikeouts. And here you are locked into a 1-1 ball game going into the top of the 13th inning. These teams are struggling for crooked numbers.
Left-handed batters Alvarez, Snyder, and then the right-handed batting Jordy Mercer. Breaking ball misses inside. Parra struck out Alvarez swinging in his 1 inning of work last night. One hopper at Brandon Phillips, and that'll be out number 1 here in the 13th inning.
Well, you were saying the fans are filing out of here. They went out of here after the 10th inning. And again after the 12th inning ended. If you start tabulating up all the strikeouts, Arroyo had 3, Cingrani had 3, Chapman had 2, LeCure had 1. Only a couple away from a pizza.
I got to tell you, Doctor, that sounds mighty good right about now. I mean, is anything ever invented better than pizza?
Well, you have to wash it down with something. That might be better.
Legitimate point. Swinging a foul ball back, 1-1 to Snyder. One and one to Travis Snyder. Parra delivers, and a swing and a miss. Snyder tonight has popped up to left, reached on a fielder's choice, doubled, struck out, and popped up to Brandon Phillips in the 11th. Pirates have had a base runner every inning since the 9th. The Reds, meanwhile, have had 1 hit and 2 base runners in the last 3 innings. Three and 2 on Snyder. LeCure 2 innings of 1-hit shutout baseball, walked a pair, struck out a batter. And now Parra here in the 13th inning with 1 out. 3-2 on Snyder. Struck him out.
Well, he just rears back and just throws it right by Travis Snyder at 95 miles an hour.
So now Parra will face his first right-handed batter in the inning. That's Jordy Mercer. Mercer has walked twice, once intentionally, been hit by a pitch. Overall 0 for 2, has popped to second and flied out to right. We look ahead to the bottom of the 13th inning, where the Reds will have Hanahan, Robinson, and Chu. Should we get any further, that would be Joey Votto. Pirates don't have any more left-handers in their bullpen, and nobody warming up. Massaro will get a chance to pitch a second inning tonight. Tapper over the mound, charging Cozart, and cannot find the handle. That'll be an infield hit for Mercer.
You know, better than him not being able to find the handle than find half a handle and firing it into the stands. So you're 2 out. I think the way the Parra is throwing the baseball, he ought to be able to make some good pitches right here.
Cardinals have finished off the Cubs. That is a final. Jake Westbrook apparently pitching a dandy there tonight in a 4-1 decision over Edwin Jackson. Well, that has not been a good sign so far for the Cubs. They're paying Jackson a king's ransom on a long-term contract. And Edwin Jackson is now, I believe, 3-9 on the year. Hara, meanwhile, has fallen behind Clint Barmes, who, with a pinch hit a short while ago, pushed his average to 202. Well, Manny Parra is a pitch away from walking Clint Barmes to face Starling Marte with perhaps a runner in scoring position.
He looks completely different out of the stretch than he did out of the full windup.
One on Barmes, and now fouled away.
Ten strikeouts in the game for the Reds. And the fans are looking for number 11 right here. And with it, some freeze off.
Reds pitchers have produced at least 10 strikeouts 24 times this year, 17 times at Great American Ballpark. And they've recorded 11 strikeouts at home 11 times. So this would be a 12th if Mr. Parra can finish off Barmes. He's just looking for an out. One game, top of the 13th inning. 2 out, 3-2 pitch, and another foul ball out of play by Barmes. A lot of times you see a guy who's struggling as bad as Barmes is. One hit in his last 20 at bats. We talked about 7 hits in his last 50 at bats, 55 at bats. But his 2 plate appearances tonight, he doesn't look like a guy that's scuffling that bad. I mean, normally when guys are going as bad as he's been going, there aren't extended at bats like this. I don't care who's on the mound.
Well, maybe what he's thinking about doing is taking advice of his hitting coach, Jay Bell, to try to shorten everything, spread your stance a little bit. Just think about making contact rather than trying to step up there and get out of your slump by hitting 3-run homer.
Parra will try once more. Straight into center field. And Manny Parra will get the final out in the 13th. Hanahan to get it started. Followed by Robinson. And then Chu. 6th inning against Edwin Jackson. A 2-run home run by Yadier Molina. And later in the same inning, that home run by Molina, Blake breaking a 1-1 tie, and run scoring single by Cosman. And they went on to win, did the Cardinals 4-1. Mazzaro out there to begin his 2nd inning of work. We're in the bottom of the 13th inning. Reds and the Pirates are tied at 1. Jack Hanahan bats for the first time tonight. And it's taken a strike. Hanahan, a 205 batter without a home run and 6 runs batted in. That's all for Hanahan, 1 out. Mazzaro's fan 2 now. He had a 1-2-3 12th inning. And now it's Derek Robinson. 0 for 3, has walked twice in a game. Broken bat roller. Good play by Alvarez, but his throw is not going to be in time. To be able to have speed. That was a nice play by the Pirate third base.
He's made a number of nice plays. He's got a rocket arm, and even from his knees, he put something on this ball to first base. Derek Robinson outruns the play, so Reds now with an out and a man on.
Now Chu has that right side of the infield open. His only base hit tonight in 5 at bats was a single to right in the 8th inning. One run, 9 hits for the Pirates, 1 run and 8 hits for the Reds, and Chu is down, strike 1.
Now you wonder if maybe Dusty Baker will take a shot right here and run Derek Robinson. If you look at Mazzaro in his stints in the major leagues, and he's been with Oakland and Kansas City mainly as a starter, he has given up some stolen bases. That's not a good move. A couple of years ago, or actually it was last year when he started 18 games, or making 6 games and 18 games overall for Kansas City. They stole 12 bags on him and only threw out 2.
And that one's hooked into right field. Robinson's got to get to third, and he's on his way there easily. And the Reds in business here in the 13th inning.
Now Chu gets a pitch and he can hook into right field. And he picks up his 2nd hit of the night. That'll send Derek Robinson all the way to third. And with Joey Votto stepping to the plate, this is a no-brainer. They are not going to allow Joey Votto to be the guy to beat him.
So they will walk Votto to pitch to Brandon Phillips, who is the club leader with 56 runs batted in. But as we brought up earlier, Brandon Phillips, ever since he got hit on the left arm that weekend in Pittsburgh, has not been the same hitter. course, he doesn't need a base hit here. He needs something deep enough into the outfield to bring in that winning run from third base. Phillips 20 of 30 with a runner at third and fewer than 2 out, which at 67% is the second highest percentage among all players in the National League.
Now, what the Pirates are going to do, it looks like, defensively anyway, they're going to play short and second back for a double play. These guys are going for a double play around. These outfielders are going to have to move in a little bit, because with Derek Robinson at third base, there is no way where they're playing right now they're going to throw him out.
All right, a chance to win it here in the 13th inning for Brandon Phillips and the Reds. And a pitch. A fastball. 95 in there, a strike. Of course, Phillips had a runner at third in the first inning tonight and ended the inning with a double play ground ball to the third baseman. But now in the 13th, too low. Only Paul Goldschmidt of Arizona has knocked in more runs than Brandon Phillips in the National League. And now all of a sudden Phillips is behind at a ball and 2 strikes.
Now one big swing there anyway for Brandon Phillips. Now time to go into 2-strike mode.
Reds are ready to come leaping over that railing in their dugout and celebrate a win. Can Phillips deliver the goods? Tapper, and this is into center field. The Reds win. Brandon Phillips has been doing it for this club all year long, and tonight, our Miller time moment, the game-winning single. The Reds tied it in the 9th inning on a home run by Bruce. They win it on a single by Phillips in the bottom of the 13th inning. Brandon Phillips mighty excited, as he should be. Long night of baseball. If you got to play this long, as they like to say, you may as well win. And that's what the Reds do. Jeff Piccolo standing by with Brandon Phillips on Reds Live, which begins right now.